You see this because you passed your soul's most painful test. The wound is the place where the light enters you. These timeless words by Rumi perfectly capture the journey you've been on. If you are watching this today, it is no coincidence. It is a divine sign that you have successfully navigated your soul's most grueling trial. We often view our darkest moments as setbacks, but in reality, they are the fires that forge our greatest growth and deepest happiness. Today, we're exploring how to take the wisdom gained from your painful test and weave it into the fabric of your daily life to unlock a level of peace you've never known before. I want to hear from you. What was the one lesson your hardest season taught you? Drop a comment below and let's support each other's journeys. 1. The nature of the test. Nigredo. The harrowing experience you recently navigated was not merely a string of bad luck or a temporary rough patch. It was a profound encounter with the concept known in spirituality as Nigredo. Carl Jung, the legendary psychiatrist, often spoke of this blackening phase as the most essential yet agonizing part of the alchemical process of the soul, representing the dark night of the spirit where everything familiar begins to rot away. During this period, it likely felt as if your entire reality was imploding at once. Your career may have faltered, your most cherished relationships might have fractured, and the very identity you spent years building seemed to turn to ash in your hands. This was a total psychological collapse designed to strip away everything that was not truly yours, forcing you to stand naked before the truth of your existence. It is vital to understand that this was a necessary death, not a failure of your willpower or a punishment for your mistakes, but a deliberate clearing of the path. Your soul was masterfully engineering a temporary death to rescue you from a life constructed upon a false ego, ensuring that you could no longer inhabit a space that was too small for your destiny. Imagine a grand old building that looks beautiful on the outside, but has a foundation riddled with rot. The universe didn't just want to paint the walls, it had to tear the structure down to the earth so a diamond-strength foundation could be laid in its place. This destruction was the ultimate act of self-love from the universe, preventing you from spending another decade building a life that would eventually leave you hollow. While those around you may have perceived your struggle as a simple mental breakdown, the deeper truth of spiritual awakening reveals that you were actually undergoing a sacred initiation into a higher state of being. You were not falling apart. You were falling into place, shedding the layers of social conditioning and ancestral trauma that had kept your true light dimmed for far too long. Think of this process as a high-level reformatting of your internal operating system, because the old version of your personality simply could no longer support the massive growth and wisdom your soul is destined to carry in this lifetime. Just as a seed must completely crack open and lose its original form in the cold darkness of the soil before it can ever reach for the sun, you had to be broken open to release the immense potential locked inside your spirit. This transition from breakdown to breakthrough is the hallmark of a true seeker, moving from the density of past illusions into the crystalline clarity of a higher consciousness. By passing this painful test, you have proven that you are ready to embody your true purpose, discarding the heavy skin of who you were told to be to finally become who you were born to be. Every tear shed during that dark night was a drop of sacred water washing away the ghosts of the past, leaving you purified and prepared for the brilliance that is now beginning to unfold. You have survived the Negrito, the most difficult hurdle in the human experience, and in doing so, you have claimed the sovereign right to walk in the light of your own authentic, unshakable power. If this resonates with your journey through the darkness, comment with conviction, "I have passed the test, and I am being reborn." 2. The dissolution of the mask, the persona. You are standing at a profound threshold because you have successfully navigated what is perhaps the most grueling challenge of your life, a trial that was not meant to break you, but to strip away everything that was never truly yours. This experience is a hallmark of authentic spirituality, marking the moment when the heavy, suffocating mask you wore for decades finally shattered into 1,000 unfixable pieces. For a long time, you functioned through a persona, a carefully constructed identity designed to appease your parents, satisfy the rigid demands of society, or climb the ladders of professional success. You were performing a role in a play you never signed up for, and the agonizing pain you recently endured was the sound of that stage finally collapsing under the weight of its own insincerity. When the cracks began to appear, you found yourself falling through the gap, a terrifying transition where you existed in the empty, silent space between the person you pretended to be and the soul you actually are. While most people encounter these fractures and immediately reach for the glue of denial, shallow distractions, or social comforts to patch their masks and continue the performance, something deep within your heart changed. You, or perhaps your higher psyche, reached a point of absolute refusal to keep lying to yourself and the world, understanding that the mask was no longer a protection, but a tomb. By making this choice, you deliberately embraced the terror of freedom over the safety of a familiar prison, recognizing that living a lie is a slow death, while facing the naked truth is the only path to a genuine existence. This refusal to return to the old ways is the definitive sign of your spiritual development, as it proves you have developed the rare courage to exist without a script or a safety net. The test you passed was one of endurance and radical integrity. It asked if you would rather be liked for someone you are not, or be misunderstood for the person you truly are. As the persona dissolved, you cleared the internal wreckage that had been blocking your inner light for years, transitioning from a life of mere imitation to a life of sacred initiation. This process was never about losing your identity, but rather about removing the barriers to your essence so that you could finally breathe as a whole being rather than a fragmented character. You have moved beyond the desperate need for external validation and have instead anchored yourself in an unshakable, silent internal truth that no one can take away from you. This profound transition marks the end of your time as a performer and the beginning of your journey as a conscious creator, where your actions are no longer desperate reactions to the expectations of others, but are the natural, effortless expressions of your liberated soul. You have realized that the persona was merely a tool that became a master, and by breaking its power, you have reclaimed your throne as the sovereign authority of your own life. The dissolution you experienced was not a tragedy, but a necessary shedding of an old skin that had grown too tight for the expansive energy you are now meant to carry. In the past, you may have viewed your suffering as a punishment, but you can now see it as a surgical precision of the universe, removing the cancerous growth of falsehood from your spirit. Now that the mask is gone, you are no longer exhausted by the constant effort of maintaining an image, allowing that diverted energy to flow into your healing and your higher purpose. You have learned that true power does not come from the roles you play, but from the stillness that remains when all the roles are stripped away. This is the wisdom of the void, the understanding that being nothing in the eyes of the world often means being everything in the realm of the spirit. Your journey has proven that the most painful tests are often the most liberating, serving as the fire that burns away the dross to reveal the indestructible gold within. As you move forward, you carry the strength of one who has looked into the abyss of their own falsehood and had the bravery to step into the light of the unknown. 3. Shadow work and reclaiming gold. You have reached this sacred moment of realization because you have finally navigated the treacherous corridors of your soul's most agonizing test, emerging not just as a survivor, but as an integrated being of light and depth. This profound transition you are experiencing is the direct result of a courageous confrontation with the unconscious, a journey where you stopped fleeing from the echoes of your own mind and instead turned to face the vast, silent internal wilderness. For a long time, you may have felt as though you were walking through a valley of shadows, yet this was the necessary process of shadow work, the rigorous spiritual labor of reclaiming the parts of yourself that were exiled in the name of social acceptance or the desperate need to be loved. As the legendary psychiatrist Carl Jung profoundly observed, the shadow is 80% gold, and by venturing into the depths of your own suppressed rage, your unvoiced grief, and the bitter truths of your hollowest relationships, you have begun to mine that gold from the darkness. You spent years pushing away your intensity, your anger, and your rawest emotions just to fit into the narrow boxes others built for you. But through this painful test, you have realized that those hidden fragments were actually the guardians of your authentic power. This trial required you to stop the ego's instinct to project your own perceived flaws onto the world around you, demanding instead that you take radical, absolute ownership of every corner of your soul, recognizing that the people who triggered you were merely mirrors reflecting the parts of yourself that were crying out for integration. The weight you carried was not a burden of fate, but the density of your own untapped potential, buried beneath layers of societal conditioning and the fear of being too much for a world that prefers the shallow to the deep. You had to endure the dismantling of your old identity, watching the structures of your life crumble as you realized that many of your connections were built on a version of you that no longer exists. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, the understanding that destruction is often the first step of creation, and that the pain of shedding an old skin is the only way to allow a more expansive self to breathe. You have faced the truth that your creativity, your wildness, and your most potent desires were held captive in the same cellar as your pain. And by choosing to unlock that door, you have liberated your entire existence. The great poet Rumi reminds us that you must keep breaking your heart until it opens. And through the cracks of your most painful experiences, a new, resilient light is now pouring through. This is why you are seeing this now. You have successfully transmuted the lead of your suffering into the gold of self-mastery, proving that you are no longer a victim of your circumstances, but the conscious architect of your internal reality. You have learned that true peace does not come from the absence of darkness, but from the mastery of it. And by embracing the totality of who you are, the light and the void, you have attained a level of sovereignty that can never be shaken. The test was never about whether you could survive the pain, but whether you could find the treasure hidden within it. And by refusing to turn away from the mirror of your own soul, you have claimed a prize that is eternal, unshakable, and entirely your own. Comment below. I am reclaiming my gold. If you are ready to own your power. 4. The turning point. Radical surrender. In the journey of the human experience, there are moments of profound darkness that feel less like a challenge and more like an absolute undoing. Yet it is precisely within this shattering that the soul finds its truest light. You are standing here today because you have successfully navigated the most grueling trial of your life, a threshold that many approach but few cross with such grace and resilience. This wasn't just a period of bad luck or a temporary setback. It was a curated spiritual initiation designed to strip away everything you thought you were, so that who you are meant to be could finally breathe. By passing this test, you have signaled to the universe that you are ready for a higher level of consciousness, and the wisdom you have earned is now the foundation of your new reality. The true turning point of this entire ordeal was the moment you embraced the concept of radical surrender, moving beyond the agonizing loop of victimhood to enter a state of profound spiritual awakening. For a long time, you likely found yourself trapped in the heavy, repetitive cycle of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" A question that keeps the heart anchored in pain and the mind searching for a villain to blame. However, the test was officially passed the very second you pivoted your perspective and began asking, "What is this trying to teach me?" This shift isn't just a play on words. It is a total realignment of your energy from resistance to reception. When you stop fighting the current, you start to see that the current was always guiding you toward a necessary shore. This process often involves what many in the realm of spirituality call an ego death, a terrifying yet sacred experience where your logical mind realizes it has no more moves left on the chessboard. You reached a point where you couldn't think, or even positive think your way out of the darkness. And in that helplessness, you were forced to surrender to a higher organizing principle known as the Self with a capital S. This is the part of you that remains untouched by earthly trauma, the divine spark that knows exactly how to rebuild from the ashes. As you let go of the ego's need to control the outcome, you allowed this higher intelligence to take the lead, proving that sometimes the only way to win is to stop fighting the wrong battles. This transition required you to enter a period of sacred solitude, a time when the world seemed to fall away, leaving you in a silence that felt heavy and suffocating at first. You had to be alone during this phase because it was the only way to distinguish your authentic voice from the chorus of internalized others, the expectations of parents, the judgments of society, and the whispers of past versions of yourself. This isolation was not a punishment, though it may have felt like a desert. Rather, it was a sanctuary where your true essence could finally be heard without the static of external interference. Consider the metaphor that this solitude turned from a tomb into a womb. What felt like an ending, a cold and dark enclosure, was actually the protective casing of a rebirth. Just as a seed must be buried in the dark earth before it can break through the surface as a flower, you were planted in the stillness so that your roots could grow deep enough to support the massive growth that is coming. By sitting with yourself and facing the shadows without flinching, you have integrated the lessons of your past and transformed your pain into a refined type of power. You now move through the world with a different frequency, one that is no longer easily shaken by the opinions of others, because you have met yourself in the silence and liked who you found. This mastery over your own inner space is the greatest gift of the test, and as you move forward, you do so with the quiet confidence of someone who has survived the fire and emerged as pure gold, ready to embrace the boundless opportunities that a life of alignment now offers you. 5. The result, the wounded healer. You have reached a pivotal moment in your journey because you have finally passed the most grueling examination your soul could ever face. A trial by fire that has fundamentally altered the core of your being. By successfully navigating this intense period of suffering, you did not merely survive a difficult chapter. You underwent a profound transformation of spirituality that has evolved you into a different species of human altogether. You have emerged as the wounded healer, a sacred archetype that signifies your wounds have now become your greatest qualifications. Like the ancient figure of Chiron, who could heal others despite his own incurable pain, you now possess the rare ability to hold space for the agony of others without the desperate need to fix it, simply because you are no longer afraid of the dark corners of the human experience. This shift represents a massive leap in your spiritual development, as you have removed the masks of pretension and ego that once shielded you from the world. Because you have faced your own shadows with such raw honesty, you now possess a sharpened perception that allows you to see through the masks, inconsistencies, and incongruencies in everyone else around you. You can sense the truth in a room before a single word is spoken, and this clarity is the direct result of having integrated your own fractured pieces into a cohesive whole. This evolution has granted you the gift of the transcendent function, an advanced psychological and spiritual state where you can finally hold the tension of opposites, joy and sorrow, light and dark, beginning and end without collapsing under the weight of the paradox. You understand now that life is not about choosing the light over the dark, but about having the capacity to stand firmly in the center of both. This level of maturity means you no longer run from discomfort or chase fleeting happiness. Instead, you remain a steady, grounded presence amidst the storms of existence. You have realized that the cure for the pain is in the pain. And by surrendering to that truth, you have unlocked a reservoir of wisdom that most people spend lifetimes trying to find. Your presence now serves as a silent permission for others to be authentic, as your very energy radiates the strength of someone who has walked through the abyss and returned with their soul intact. Every tear you shed during your most painful test was actually a drop of water nourishing the seeds of a new consciousness within you. You are now a bridge between worlds, capable of understanding the deepest depths of human misery while simultaneously touching the heights of divine peace. The transition you have made is so significant that the old versions of yourself would likely not even recognize the person you have become today. Where you once sought external validation or feared the judgment of others, you now move with a quiet confidence born of internal mastery. This newfound strength is not aggressive. Rather, it is a silent, immovable force that allows you to witness the chaos of the world without losing your center. By passing this soul test, you have earned the right to lead by example, showing those around you that it is possible to be both vulnerable and invincible. You are no longer a victim of your history, but a master of your destiny, utilizing every scar as a map to guide others through their own wilderness. This is the ultimate reward for your bravery. A life lived with unshakable depth, a heart that can contain the entire world, and a spirit that is no longer bound by the illusions of the surface. You stand now as a testament to the fact that the most beautiful diamonds are formed under the most intense pressure, and your light is now bright enough to illuminate the path for everyone who crosses your way. Support your growth by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Hit the notification bell to stay aligned with your highest self. To manifest the peace and abundance you've earned, type, "I deserve to live a life of peace and purpose." The pain you endured wasn't just a challenge. It was the final forge that shaped your soul into its highest version. By passing this test, you have cleared the path for a new chapter of peace, purpose, and abundance. Remember, the universe only tests those it knows are ready for greatness. Trust your journey. The hardest part is now behind you. If this message resonated with your soul, please give this video a like and share it with someone who might need this encouragement today. Don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming insights on your path to enlightenment. Thank you for watching and stay blessed. 7 hidden hair signs you are entering a higher vibration. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. But what if the signs of that awakening were already manifesting physically right in the strands of your hair? Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where we bridge the gap between ancient psychology and spiritual evolution. Today, we are revealing the 7 hidden hair signs you are entering a higher vibration, exploring how your physical form mirrors your internal growth. As we dive into this wisdom, I have a question for you. Have you noticed sudden changes in your hair's texture or vitality during moments of deep intuition? Let me know in the comments below. I read every story. Now, if you are ready to decode what your body is trying to tell you, let's begin this journey together. 1. Vibrational luminosity, the inner glow. In the vast and mysterious landscape of spirituality, our physical bodies often serve as the most honest barometers of our internal state, acting as maps that chart the geography of our souls, and nowhere is this more evident than in the condition of our hair, which has long been regarded in ancient traditions as an extension of the nervous system and a conductor of cosmic energy. As we embark on the tumultuous yet rewarding journey of a spiritual awakening, we often look for grand visions or thunderous revelations. Yet the truth is frequently found in the quiet transformation of our biology, specifically in what we might call vibrational luminosity, or the inner glow. This phenomenon is not merely a matter of aesthetics or the result of an expensive conditioning treatment, but rather, it is the first distinctive sign that you are entering a higher frequency of existence. You may begin to observe that your hair develops a natural, inexplicably radiant shine and luster that seems to emanate from the core of the strand itself, a sheen that no product, oil, or serum can artificially replicate because it is not born of chemistry, but of alchemy. This luminosity is the physical manifestation of energetic alignment, a concept that Carl Jung might liken to the integration of the shadow, where the friction of our internal conflicts ceases to drain us, allowing our vital life force to flow unimpeded. When you are trapped in the lower vibrations of survival, fear, and unresolved trauma, your body is in a constant state of physiological stress, a dryness that permeates every cell, rendering the hair brittle, dull, and lifeless, much like a plant deprived of water. However, as you commit to the work of spirituality, shedding the heavy, dense layers of accumulated anxiety and releasing the emotional burdens that have long weighed upon your shoulders, a miraculous physiological shift occurs. This release of emotional density acts like a soothing balm to your entire system, allowing your nervous system to shift from a sympathetic state of fight or flight into a parasympathetic state of rest and digest, deeply hydrating your internal landscape and calming the electrical storms of the mind. As this inner tranquility takes root, your body ceases to hoard its resources for survival and begins to channel energy toward flourishing, causing your hair to reflect the light of your inner peace. It is as if the very structure of your hair becomes translucent, a halo of vitality that signifies you have moved beyond the heavy, opaque armor of the ego and into the luminous transparency of the soul. This newfound shine is a testament to the fact that you are no longer merely surviving the chaos of the world, but you are metabolizing your experiences with grace, turning the lead of your suffering into the gold of wisdom. Therefore, when you catch that glint of light in your hair, recognize it not as vanity, but as a sacred confirmation that your spiritual awakening is physically altering you, proving that as you heal the invisible wounds within, the visible world begins to glow in resonance with your truest self. Comment below, "I radiate divine light," if you are ready to embrace your inner glow. 2. Effortless flow, softness, and manageability. Have you ever noticed that on certain mornings, as you stand before the mirror with your brush in hand, the bristles seem to glide through your strands as if they are moving through water, devoid of the usual resistance or knots that once plagued your daily routine? This subtle shift in the texture and manageability of your hair is not merely a result of a new conditioner or a change in the humidity, but rather, it is a profound biological and energetic reflection of a much deeper transformation occurring within your psyche. Your hair is far more than just dead protein filaments. It is an extension of your nervous system and a sensitive antenna that broadcasts the state of your inner world, serving as a tangible record of your history, your stress, and your emotional vibration. In the past, when you found yourself constantly battling against the currents of your destiny, trying to control every outcome and micromanaging the people around you. Your body was flooded with the chemistry of resistance, causing your hair to become brittle, tangled, and defensive, much like your own spirit. However, as you embark further on your path of spirituality and commit yourself to genuine spiritual development, a softness begins to emerge from the inside out, signaling that you have finally stopped forcing your way through life and have instead chosen to embrace the rhythm of existence. This transition into softness is the physical manifestation of surrender, a state where you are no longer holding on to old traumas or tightening your grip on how you think life ought to look, but are instead allowing the universe to support you. Just as water flows effortlessly around obstacles, never struggling but always finding its way, your spirit is learning to move with the same grace, and your physical body is responding by releasing the tension it has held for years. The knots in your hair were often symbolic of the knots in your mind, the overthinking, the worry, and the rigid need for certainty. But as those mental knots loosen through your dedication to spiritual development, the physical manifestations of that stress dissolve alongside them. You are entering a vibration of ease where the struggle is replaced by trust. And this lack of internal resistance means your energy field is no longer jagged or chaotic, but smooth and harmonious. It is a sign that you are becoming a vessel for higher energy, allowing life to move through you rather than crashing against you. And this effortless flow is the ultimate confirmation that you are aligning with your true, authentic self. When you stop fighting the wars within yourself, your body receives the signal that it is safe to soften, safe to relax, and safe to shine without defense. This change in your hair is a quiet, intimate message from your soul to your conscious mind, validating that the inner work you have been doing is taking root and bearing fruit in the material world. It is a reminder that the most powerful form of strength is not rigidity or hardness, but rather the capacity to remain soft and manageable in a world that often demands hardness. As you continue to nurture your spirituality, you will find that this manageability extends far beyond your morning routine, seeping into your relationships, your career, and your daily challenges, turning what used to be mountains of frustration into simple, manageable hills. You are no longer a stone blocking the river, but the water itself. And in this state of effortless flow, you realize that everything you need comes to you, not because you forced it, but because you became the kind of person who could receive it with grace. 3. Scalp sensitivity, the crown chakra opening. The phenomenon often begins subtly, manifesting as an inexplicable tingling sensation, a gentle pressure, or a distinct heightened sensitivity to touch and temperature specifically localized on the scalp, acting as the first tangible indicator that you are entering a higher vibration. This is not a sensation to be dismissed as a mere dermatological triviality or a reaction to the physical environment. Rather, it represents a profound physiological and energetic shift occurring at the very summit of your being. In the realm of spiritual wisdom, the scalp is far more than just skin covering the skull. It is the physical guardian of the crown chakra, the energetic gateway known in ancient traditions as the 1,000-petaled lotus. When you experience this specific type of sensitivity, It signifies that this dormant energy center is stirring from its slumber, effectively thinning the veil between your individual consciousness and the expansive energy of the universe. It is as if the roof of your spiritual house is being opened to allow the light of the cosmos to flood in, and your physical body is reacting to this immense influx of high-frequency light and information by creating these somatic sensations. You are physically registering the presence of the divine, feeling the weight of spiritual downloads as they press against the boundaries of your current understanding, urging you to expand your capacity for awareness. Central to this experience is the role of your hair, which serves a function far more complex and mystical than modern aesthetics acknowledge. Within this context of spiritual awakening, your hair acts as a sophisticated spiritual sensor, operating much like the delicate whiskers of a feline or the antennae of an insect, reaching out into the ether to gather subtle data. Each strand of hair is rooted in a nerve-rich follicle that acts as a conduit for energy, picking up on the electromagnetic frequencies and emotional vibrations of the environment around you. When your vibration raises, your nervous system becomes hyper-attuned, and your hair becomes an extension of this heightened nervous system, detecting shifts in the atmosphere that the eyes cannot see and the ears cannot hear. This creates a feedback loop where the external vibrations of the world interact directly with your internal energetic state through the medium of the scalp. It validates the ancient belief held by many indigenous cultures and sages that long hair preserves energy and increases intuition. You are literally feeling the static of the spiritual realm as your personal frequency aligns with the higher dimensions, turning your physical form into a finely tuned instrument of reception. This biological and spiritual integration brings to mind the profound insights of Carl Jung, who dedicated his life to bridging the gap between the known physical world and the unknown depths of the psyche. Jung famously noted that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and this scalp sensitivity is a somatic marker of that becoming, a sign that the self is merging with the greater whole. As the crown chakra opens and the scalp tingles with this new aliveness, you are stepping out of the isolation of the ego and into the collective interconnectedness that Jung described. The pressure you feel is the dissolving of old mental structures, making way for a new architecture of thought that is aligned with universal truth. It is a process of energetic refinement where the body must adjust to house a more potent spirit. Therefore, when this sensation arises, it is an invitation to stillness and trust, a confirmation that you are not just imagining a change, but are physically and spiritually mutating into a being capable of holding and transmitting a frequency of light that was previously inaccessible to you. If you accept this energy and are ready to expand, repeat after me. I release all resistance to my awakening. I claim this energetic shift as a blessing for my soul. 4. Resonance with authenticity, loving your natural texture. The journey into a higher state of consciousness often manifests first in the quietest moments of your morning routine, specifically in the sudden, inexplicable drop of the desire to alter who you are physically. For the longest time, your hair may have been viewed as a project, a problem to be solved, or a wild entity to be tamed through heat, chemicals, and relentless manipulation. This compulsion to straighten what is naturally curly or to curl what is naturally straight is rarely just about aesthetic preference. Rather, it is deeply rooted in the illusion of control, a psychological mechanism where the ego attempts to dictate reality to assuage the subtle fear of not being enough. However, as you undergo a profound spiritual awakening, this internal friction begins to dissolve, and you find yourself looking in the mirror, feeling a strange, new exhaustion with the artifice of it all. The straightening irons gather dust. The appointments to chemically alter your essence are canceled, and in their place rises a profound sense of peace with your natural state. This is the undeniable sign of resonance with authenticity, a clear indication that the war you have been waging against your own biology is finally coming to an end. This significant shift represents an act of what can be best described as vibrational sovereignty, a reclaiming of your energy from the external expectations that once held you captive. When you stop manipulating your hair, you are doing far more than changing a hairstyle. You are releasing the deep-seated shame that once whispered that your natural texture, your raw, unedited self, was essentially flawed, messy, or inadequate. In the realm of deep spirituality, this is a critical pivot point where the soul asserts its dominance over the persona, allowing the mask to fall away so the true self can breathe. By embracing your natural texture, you are returning to your authentic code, signaling to the universe that you are finally safe to be yourself without modification or apology. The specific patterns, waves, or flow you once despised become a testament to your freedom, serving as a physical declaration that you are no longer willing to twist yourself into shapes that do not fit your spirit. You are learning to flow with the river of your own existence rather than swimming upstream against it. And this radical acceptance of your physical reality serves as the ultimate foundation for holding a higher vibration. 5. Hair appearing in dreams. When you drift into the enigmatic world of dreams, you are not simply experiencing random firings of the brain, but rather entering a sacred dialogue with your own subconscious, where deep truths are communicated through powerful symbols. Among these nocturnal messages, the appearance of hair stands out as a profound indicator of your current state of being, signaling that you are traversing a critical threshold in your personal spirituality. In these visions, hair is far more than a physical trait. It serves as a potent archetype for your identity, your vitality, and the psychic power you hold in the waking world. When your soul begins to vibrate at a higher frequency, your subconscious mind uses the image of hair to illustrate the complex changes happening within your internal landscape, acting as a mirror to the transformation of your ego and self-concept. If you find yourself dreaming of cutting your hair, this is rarely a sign of vanity or superficial change, but rather a dramatic and necessary symbol of release and renewal. This act signifies that you are consciously or unconsciously severing ties with a past version of yourself that no longer resonates with your evolving spirit. It is a visual representation of shedding old skins, letting go of outdated beliefs, and releasing the heavy emotional baggage that has kept you tethered to a lower vibration. By removing the old hair in the dream, you are making space for new growth, effectively declaring to the universe that you are ready to step into a lighter, more authentic existence. This is a crucial aspect of spiritual development, as it requires the bravery to dismantle who you were to become who you are destined to be. On the other hand, dreams that involve brushing, grooming, or attempting to untangle knotted hair point toward a desire for clarity and the restoration of order within your psyche. When you encounter tangled hair in a dream, it often reflects the confusion or chaotic energy you may be navigating in your daily life, serving as a gentle nudge from your inner self to pause and address these complications. The act of brushing through these knots symbolizes your active participation in smoothing out the rough edges of your thoughts and emotions, aligning your mental state with the peace you seek. It suggests that you are in the process of integrating new wisdom, organizing your internal world so that intuition can flow through you without obstruction, much like energy flowing through the nervous system. These vivid dreams are confirmations that your soul is hard at work, even while your body rests, integrating the massive spiritual shifts you are experiencing. Whether you are cutting away the old or grooming the new, your subconscious is revealing that your identity is fluid and currently undergoing a magnificent restructuring. By paying attention to these signs, you validate your own journey, understanding that the changes in your self-perception are not crises, but celebrations of growth. You are effectively graduating to a new level of consciousness, where your external identity is finally beginning to match the luminous, high vibrational reality of your spirit. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and activate the notification bell so you don't miss any profound insights like this, and continue elevating your frequency. Type in the comments, "I am ready to receive higher wisdom." 6. Syncing with lunar cycles. There is a profound and often overlooked phenomenon that occurs when your internal vibration begins to rise. A subtle communication between your physical body and the cosmos that manifests through the simple, everyday act of grooming. You may find yourself standing in front of a mirror, struck by a sudden, visceral urge to cut your hair, or, conversely, an overwhelming desire to deeply nourish and treat it without any logical reason or planned schedule. If you were to check the calendar in that precise moment, you would likely discover a startling synchronization. Your intuitive impulse aligns perfectly with the phases of the moon. This is not a coincidence, nor is it merely a fleeting whim of vanity. It is a powerful indication that you have begun to exit the rigid, linear construct of artificial clock time and have successfully returned to organic spiritual timing. In this state, you are no longer marching to the mechanical ticking of a man-made watch, but rather flowing with the ancient cyclical rhythms of nature itself, vibrating in harmony with the celestial bodies that govern the tides and the seasons. This deep sensitivity suggests that your connection to the natural world is being restored to its primal state. Consider for a moment that the human body is composed largely of water, much like the surface of the earth. And just as the moon's gravitational pull commands the rising and falling of the ocean tides, it exerts a similar influence over the biological waters within you. When you are operating at a lower vibration, you are often numb to these pulls, distracted by the noise of modern society and the demands of the ego. However, as you access deeper spiritual wisdom, your physical vessel becomes a finely tuned instrument, an antenna capable of detecting subtle shifts in universal energy. As the renowned psychologist Carl Jung famously observed, "At some point, the earth will have to answer." In your case, the earth is answering through your intuition, signaling that your psyche is no longer separate from the environment, but is intertwined with the living soul of the world. You are experiencing what the ancients knew instinctively, that we are microcosms of the macrocosm, and our growth cycles mirror those of the planets. When this synchronization fully takes hold, you will notice that your urges are not random, but specific to the energy of the lunar cycle. For instance, during the waxing phase leading up to the full moon, when the energy of the universe is expanding and reaching its peak, you might feel a sudden heaviness in your hair, a desire to release and let go. This is because hair often holds on to energetic residue, serving as a record of your past emotions and stressors. Cutting your hair during the full moon becomes a spiritual ritual of release, shedding the dead weight of the past just as the moon completes its cycle of illumination. Conversely, during the new moon, when the sky is dark and the energy is focused on germination and new beginnings, you may feel a magnetic pull to apply oils, massage your scalp, or nurture your roots. This is your intuition guiding you to sow seeds of intention, focusing on health and internal growth when the cosmic energy supports new life. You are acting without checking a forecast because your spirit is the forecast. This shift represents a liberation from the matrix of artificial time, the stressful, linear pressure that dictates we must always be producing, moving, and doing. By syncing with lunar cycles, you are embracing the wisdom of rest and flow. You are acknowledging that there is a time to grow and a time to prune, a time to hold on and a time to let go. The philosopher Lao Tzu once wrote, "Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished." By embodying this truth through your hair care rituals, you are stepping into a higher frequency of existence where you trust the timing of your life implicitly. You are no longer fighting the current. You are becoming the river. This alignment is one of the quietest yet most definitive proofs that you are walking a path of enlightenment, guided not by the expectations of the world, but by the silent, rhythmic wisdom of the universe itself. 7. Intuitive styling, energy management. As you traverse the deeper layers of your spiritual awakening, one of the most profound yet subtle shifts occurs in the relationship you hold with your physical vessel, specifically regarding the crowning glory that is your hair. You may find yourself moving away from styling choices dictated by vanity, fashion trends, or social expectations, and instead, you begin to embrace a form of intuitive styling that prioritizes energetic resonance over aesthetic perfection. This transition is not merely a change in taste, it is a surfacing of deep, subconscious wisdom where you begin to recognize that your hair serves as a biological extension of your nervous system, acting as a sensitive antenna that interacts with the electromagnetic fields around you. In the realm of spirituality, this realization marks a pivotal moment where you stop viewing your body as a mannequin to be decorated and start treating it as a sacred instrument of energy management, instinctively knowing how to modulate your frequency through the manipulation of your hair. When you feel an inexplicable compulsion to gather your hair into a tight bun or a high knot atop your head, you are engaging in a powerful act of energetic containment and preservation. This is often not a conscious decision to look tidy, but rather a spiritual reflex to seal your crown chakra and prevent the leakage of your vital life force during moments requiring intense concentration or self-protection. By pulling the hair away from the face and neck and coiling it upon the crown, you are symbolically and energetically closing the circuit, signaling to the universe that you are in a state of consolidation. It allows you to harness your scattered thoughts, bringing them into a singular point of focus, much like a laser, enabling you to navigate complex tasks or deep introspection without being drained by external static. You are creating a fortress of solitude within your own aura, establishing a boundary that says you are currently self-contained and holding your power within. In direct contrast to this containment, there are days when the very sensation of a hair tie feels suffocating, and your spirit demands the freedom of loose, flowing strands. This urge usually coincides with periods where your intuition is seeking to expand, and you are in a state of high receptivity to the messages of the cosmos. Wearing your hair down unbinds your antennas, allowing the free flow of energy to move through every strand, thereby heightening your sensitivity to the environment and the emotions of others. It is an act of energetic vulnerability and openness, a way of declaring your readiness to feel, sense, and commune with the invisible world. In this state, your hair acts as a net, catching the subtle breezes of inspiration and the whispers of divine guidance, integrating the external world with your internal landscape in a seamless dance of connection. Furthermore, we must consider the ancient and deliberate practice of braiding, which serves as a profound mechanism for grounding and structural alignment. When you feel drawn to weave your hair into plaits, you are subconsciously performing a ritual of binding the mind, body, and spirit into a cohesive whole. The rhythmic motion of overlapping three strands creates a geometry of stability, acting as an anchor when the high-frequency energies of a spiritual awakening feel too chaotic or overwhelming. A braid is not just a hairstyle, it is a woven intention, a way to tame the wildness of pure energy and channel it into a tangible, manageable form. It connects you to the earth, reminding you that while your spirit may soar, your feet must remain planted. Ultimately, this intuitive styling is a clear indication that you have graduated from superficial grooming to masterful energy work, utilizing the natural tools of your body to protect your aura, enhance your intuition, and maintain your spiritual equilibrium. If this message has resonated with your spirit today, leave a comment of affirmation. I embrace my transformation. I am stepping into my highest vibration. In the end, view these changes in your hair as your spiritual antenna tuning into a new station. You are entering a season of heightened intuition and power. Do not ignore these silent signals. Instead, honor them as proof that you are entering a higher vibration and becoming the person you are destined to be. If you found value in this video, please hit the like button and share this wisdom with a friend. Don't forget to subscribe to the Spiritual Wisdom channel and click the bell icon to stay updated. We will see you in the next video. Quantum manifestation works backwards, and that's why it's so powerful. The future depends on what you do today. Mahatma Gandhi. If that's true, why does it often feel like we're constantly fighting against the current to achieve our deepest desires? Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we're diving deep into a concept so profound it could completely rewire your approach to life. Quantum manifestation works backwards, and that's why it's so powerful. This isn't just about positive thinking. It's about embodying the future version of yourself right now. A principle that allows you to pull your desired reality toward you with irresistible force. But here's the big question. What is the one thing you are manifesting right now that you are already acting like you have? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Hit that like button, and let's unlock this ultimate spiritual shortcut to personal growth and lasting happiness. 1. The flaw of forward manifestation. Traditional manifestation often teaches you to project your desires into the future, to visualize a life you haven't yet lived, and to hold that image with intensity, as if wanting it hard enough will force the universe to respond. But in the quantum field, wanting does not create alignment. It creates distance. The moment you declare that you desire something, you subtly affirm that you do not have it. This emotional tone of lack becomes the signal the quantum field receives, echoing back the vibration of absence rather than fulfillment. In the language of spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is the moment when your energy betrays your intention. You think you are calling abundance toward you, but your inner state quietly broadcasts separation from it. When you visualize the future from a mindset of wanting, you unintentionally strengthen the gap between who you are and who you hope to become. The quantum field reacts not to the picture you imagine, but to the identity you embody while imagining it. If your inner dialogue says, "I want wealth," the vibration being sent out is, "I am lacking wealth." If you say, "I want love," the deeper message is, "I feel alone." This mismatch between intention and identity creates energetic static that blocks the very reality you're trying to attract. It is not your dream that is the problem. It is the emotional frequency tied to the dream. You cannot manifest abundance while vibrating in longing, just as you cannot manifest confidence while vibrating in insecurity. The universe responds to coherence, not craving. Imagine standing on one side of a river, staring at the life you want on the opposite shore. Forward manifestation teaches you to focus intensely on that far side, hoping that your attention will somehow shrink the distance. But every time you remind yourself that your desired life is over there, you reinforce the feeling that you are still over here. The bridge does not shorten, it stretches. You begin to walk toward the future with the energy of someone endlessly chasing it. In quantum terms, this chasing becomes a self-confirming loop. You remain in the identity of a seeker, not a receiver, and so reality continues to mirror the experience of seeking. The flaw is subtle but profound. Forward manifestation assumes the future is something separate from you, something you must earn, reach, or persuade into existence. But the quantum field does not create from distance, it creates from resonance. Your state of being is the instruction you send into the hologram of reality. A person who vibrates as someone waiting for success cannot receive success, because waiting and receiving are incompatible frequencies. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is why desire alone is never enough. The universe responds not to what you hope for, but to what your energy already claims to be true. When your identity says, "I am already aligned with abundance," the field mirrors abundance. When your identity says, "I am whole," the field reconfigures around wholeness. This is the hidden flaw of forward manifestation. It makes you chase a version of yourself you have not yet embodied. The more you try to pull the future toward you, the more you energize the belief that the future is not yet yours. Quantum manifestation works differently because it bypasses the chase entirely. Instead of trying to drag the future into the present, it teaches you to become the version of yourself for whom that future is already natural. Once identity shifts, reality has no choice but to follow. Comment below. I am in the flow of backward manifestation. If you're ready to embrace this powerful new perspective and unlock your true potential. 2. Manifestation from outcome, not desire. Quantum manifestation teaches you that creating your reality begins with manifestation from outcome, not desire. Because the moment you shift from wanting something to living as the version of yourself who already has it, the entire field around you rearranges to match your inner state, allowing spirituality and spiritual development to become practical tools rather than abstract ideas. When you operate from desire, your energy quietly communicates lack, because every thought, every hope, every mental picture still comes from the belief that you are separate from what you want. But when you step into the outcome and embody the version of you who already has the relationship, the career, the stability, or the confidence, your energy transforms into a natural signal of completion and certainty. This subtle internal shift is what bends reality, because you are no longer begging life to give you something. Instead, you are aligning your behavior, your decisions, and your emotional energy with the identity of someone who lives in that reality every single day. By focusing on the end result, you stop obsessing over timelines, doubts, and obstacles, and you begin to make choices that reinforce the reality you are stepping into. As the you who already has the outcome does not act from fear or desperation, but from clarity, boundaries, and self-worth. This approach isn't about pretending or forcing your mind to believe something it doesn't. It's about allowing your nervous system to settle into the feeling of fulfillment so deeply that your actions naturally rise to match it. When you ask yourself, what choices would the version of me who already has this make? You begin to shift your standards and responses in ways that dissolve old habits and rewrite patterns that once held you back. You stop choosing relationships that drain you, opportunities that limit you, or thoughts that shrink you, because the identity you are now embodying simply has no space for experiences that contradict your expansion. Living from the outcome also teaches you to release the urge to constantly check for signs or proof, because the version of you who already has the blessing doesn't question whether it is coming. They live with a quiet certainty that radiates through every action and every emotion. This relaxed inner trust creates the very conditions that allow the manifestation to materialize as life responds to the steadiness of your internal signal rather than the anxiety of your waiting. Over time, synchronicities begin to appear. Opportunities align effortlessly, and people show up exactly when they are meant to, not because you chased them, but because you finally matched the frequency of the life you were calling in. The core lessons you carry forward are deeply simple, yet profoundly transformative. Shift from wanting into being by feeling and embodying the version of yourself who already holds the outcome. Let your daily decisions reflect that identity, even when it challenges old comfort zones. Trust that the quantum field responds to who you are, not just what you ask for. And recognize that manifestation is not about chasing something outside of you, but about becoming someone who naturally attracts and sustains what you desire. When you live from the outcome, your entire reality adjusts to the truth you've claimed, allowing your journey of spirituality and spiritual development to guide you into the version of your life that has been waiting for you to align with it. 3. Quantum coherence is paramount. The universe responds not to how intensely you wish for something, but to the vibrational frequency you hold most consistently, because your inner state is always broadcasting into the quantum field long before your actions ever do. And this is the foundation of spiritual wisdom. Albert Einstein once reminded us that everything is energy, and that is all there is to it. And when you finally understand this, you begin to realize that manifestation is not about forcing outcomes, but about becoming the version of yourself who naturally attracts them. Coherence happens the moment your thoughts, emotions, and unconscious expectations stop contradicting each other and instead begin moving in a single unified direction, creating a stable internal signal that the quantum field cannot ignore. And Carl Jung described this energetic alignment when he said, "What you resist persists, because whatever emotional frequency you repeat, whether fear or certainty, lack or abundance, becomes the very blueprint your reality follows." As you shift into coherence, something remarkable begins to happen. The wish you once chased starts to feel familiar inside you, as if it already belongs to you. And this internal familiarity is what forces the external world to reorganize itself in your favor, not through magic, but through resonance. Because the quantum field responds to identity rather than effort. When you embody the version of yourself who already lives the outcome you desire, you collapse possibility into form, making the unseen reorganize into the seen. And this is why quantum manifestation appears to work backwards. You feel the destination before you physically arrive there. And because that feeling is so stable and coherent, your environment must eventually catch up to match it. Coherence eliminates the energetic noise that keeps your desires at a distance. It replaces doubt with expectancy, anxiety with inner steadiness, and longing with embodiment, allowing you to step into a psychological and energetic posture that makes receiving feel natural rather than difficult. The moment your inner world rises to match the frequency of the life you want, you stop chasing outcomes and start drawing them toward you. Because coherence turns your energy into a magnet instead of a plea. Life begins answering you with synchronicities, aligned opportunities, unexpected clarity, and people who show up at precisely the right moment. Not because you forced anything, but because your frequency became so clear that the universe had no choice but to reflect it back. In this state, manifestation is no longer about hoping or trying. It becomes a quiet knowing, a deep internal agreement between who you feel you are and what you are calling in. You begin to understand that the universe is never withholding anything from you, It is always matching you, echoing you, mirroring the emotional signature you repeat day after day. And when that signature becomes coherent, the quantum field snaps into alignment with breathtaking precision. This is the power of resonance, the power of identity, and the power of coherence, an inner shift so profound that the outer world cannot help but rearrange itself to meet you exactly where your frequency already lives. Let this become your daily alignment, a practice that brings you into deeper quantum coherence with the life you're manifesting. Comment below, "I choose coherence," if you're ready to embody this power, and consider subscribing with notifications so you never miss a new lesson from spiritual wisdom. 4. Alignment over effort, effortless flow. Effort and struggle always carry the hidden vibration of doubt, because the moment you try to force something into existence, you are unconsciously admitting that you do not yet believe it is yours. And this resistance slows the energetic path of manifestation. When you chase an outcome, you signal to the universe that it is separate from you. And this separation creates delay, stress, and emotional exhaustion. That is why, in spirituality and spiritual awakening, the most transformative shift you can make is learning to choose alignment instead of effort. Because alignment carries a quiet certainty, an inner knowing that what you desire is already moving toward you, even when you cannot yet see it. As Carl Jung reminded us, what you resist not only persists, but grows in size. And in the energetic world, resistance is created through fear-driven action, while alignment is created through awareness, coherence, and emotional clarity. Alignment means you no longer push against the flow of your life, but instead regulate your inner state, refine your focus, and hold the frequency of what you desire with calm conviction, allowing the result to unfold naturally. When you stop trying to make things happen, you free your energy from panic and impatience, and the universe can finally respond to you without interference because your vibration becomes stable and receptive. Surrender becomes the key, not a passive acceptance, but an intentional release of tension, a willingness to trust that the path is already forming beneath your feet. You shift from force to flow, from gripping to allowing, from effort to embodiment. In this space, manifestation accelerates because nothing is blocking it. Your energy is no longer fighting itself. Quantum manifestation works backwards. You do not achieve the outcome and then feel aligned. You feel aligned first, and the outcome mirrors that alignment. Instead of chasing certainty, you become the version of yourself for whom the outcome is natural. Instead of pushing through doubt, you eliminate the doubt that made pushing necessary. When your energy is coherent, your external reality organizes itself with surprising ease because the universe responds to your identity, not your effort. The moment alignment becomes your priority, manifestation becomes effortless, not because life becomes easier, but because you stop resisting the deeper intelligence that has been guiding you all along. 5. The observer effect and timeline collapse. In spirituality and spiritual development, the observer effect reveals that your awareness is never passive. It is the very force that selects which path you step into. Quantum physics shows that when you direct your consciousness toward a specific outcome, you collapse the field of endless possibilities into a single reality that responds to the state you hold within yourself. When you choose to embody fulfillment rather than longing, the quantum field no longer treats your desire as a distant possibility, but as a stabilized frequency that must take form. This is why anchoring the end state is so powerful. Your internal stance becomes the blueprint that the external world quietly rearranges itself around. As you hold the emotional signature of the life you want, you stop chasing after outcomes and begin drawing them toward you, because the field cannot contradict the identity you consistently return to. The more you stand in the energy of "it is already mine," the more your world begins to mirror that certainty. You are not pretending or forcing anything. You are shifting from being someone who is waiting to someone who is living from the reality they have chosen. This change in orientation dissolves resistance, eliminates the sense of distance between you and what you want, and allows events, people, and opportunities to align with surprising speed and precision. This is why quantum manifestation appears to work backwards. Instead of moving step by step toward your desires, you first occupy the version of yourself who already has them, and from that identity, the path unfolds with far less struggle. You become the cause rather than the seeker. Your emotional baseline acts as a tuning fork that stabilizes a specific timeline, and every time you choose calm confidence over doubt, or alignment over fear, you strengthen the reality you want to experience. The outer world, which once seemed rigid, reveals itself as responsive and echo, not a command. Understanding this shifts the way you engage with your life. External circumstances no longer determine what is possible. Your internal state does. You stop reacting to appearances and begin selecting meanings that match the future you intend to live. You start to notice that when your inner world is organized, your outer world follows. Instead of asking, "When will things change?" you ask, "What am I choosing to observe right now?" Because your observation is what sets the trajectory of your timeline. In every moment that you return to the feeling of fulfillment, you reinforce the reality you want until it stabilizes around you as something solid, tangible, and undeniable. If you're ready to use this backwards power to shape your life, don't forget to subscribe for continuous quantum manifestation wisdom. 6. Embody the end state, the already done principle. To embody the end state is to step into a powerful inner truth where you no longer hope your desire will come, because you already feel the reality of it living inside you. This technique asks you to dissolve the idea that manifestation is something you wait for, and instead invites you to understand that creation begins the moment you internalize the emotional, mental, and energetic frequency of what you want. When you hold that frequency consistently, you close the gap between someday and now, because you are no longer vibrating as someone who is trying to achieve the desire. You are becoming the person who naturally lives it. As Neville Goddard said, "Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled," and that simple shift changes everything, because the unconscious mind begins organizing your thoughts, behaviors, and opportunities around the identity you have claimed. This is why the already done principle is so transformative. It moves your focus away from the outcome and into the version of yourself who already embodies it. In the language of spiritual wisdom, this is alignment rather than effort, resonance rather than chasing. When you think as the fulfilled version of yourself, you make decisions differently. When you feel as that version, your emotional patterns shift. And when you act from that identity, your outer world slowly shapes itself to match the inner blueprint. Carl Jung understood this deeply when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Because your unconscious identity always manifests before your conscious desires do. If you want something new, your inner self must evolve into someone who expects it, feels safe with it, and sees it as natural. You embody the end state by stepping into quiet confidence rather than doubt, presence rather than impatience, and certainty rather than fear. It is not about pretending or forcing positivity. It is about allowing your system to remember what it feels like to be whole, worthy, successful, loved, or abundant. When those feelings become familiar, your nervous system no longer resists them, and your energy field stops contradicting your intentions. You are no longer praying to the universe. You are communicating with it through alignment, through identity, through embodied truth. The more often you return to that feeling of already done, the stronger your resonance becomes, and the faster the physical world moves to mirror it. Embodying the end state is not simply visualization. It is a shift in posture, emotion, expectation, and selfhood. It is waking up and asking yourself, how would I carry myself if it were already mine? And then living from that answer. When you change the internal atmosphere of your being, reality adjusts around you with surprising precision. In quantum terms, you collapse the timeline by choosing the version of yourself you are ready to inhabit now. And everything you desire begins moving toward you because you have finally moved into alignment with the version of yourself that already holds it. 7. Release control and trust the how. Releasing control and trusting the how is the core of quantum manifestation. Because instead of chasing outcomes or trying to force the universe into your preferred timeline, you shift into a state of inner certainty where the reality you want is treated as already done. And this shift aligns your energy far more powerfully than effort ever could. When you choose the reality as already done, you quietly declare within yourself that this outcome is now your truth, not a someday wish. And this simple decision begins changing the way you think, speak, and interpret your life because you're no longer asking for it. You're aligning with it, like tuning into a frequency that has always existed. As this inner choice settles, you naturally move into the second step, which is to identify completely with this reality by embodying the feelings, thoughts, and behavior of the version of you who is already living it. Instead of forcing excitement or pretending, you ask practical questions like how you would move through your day if this desire were already secured, which habits you would release, and which choices would feel natural to the fulfilled version of yourself. And through these micro adjustments, your nervous system begins adopting the emotional tone of that new identity. This embodiment is not dramatic or imaginary. It is a subtle but powerful recalibration of your inner state. And each time you return to those aligned thoughts and feelings, you strengthen your connection to the future you've chosen. Only then does the third step become possible, releasing all control over how it will unfold and allowing the quantum field to handle the details, because gripping tightly around the how signals doubt and keeps you aligned with the version of you who does not yet have what you want. The moment you stop demanding clarity about the path and instead trust that life will orchestrate the timing, opportunities, and connections in ways your rational mind cannot see, your energy becomes receptive rather than resistant. This surrender is not inaction. It is aligned action guided by intuition rather than fear, because forced action feels heavy and frantic, while inspired action feels like a quiet inner yes, even if it stretches you. Every time your mind spirals into, "What if it doesn't happen?" or "What if I miss my chance?" you return to the framework. The reality is chosen, the identity is embodied, and the path is entrusted to the field that sees far beyond your limited perspective. With each repetition, you build a deeper spiritual steadiness, one that strengthens your spirituality and matures your spiritual awakening, because you stop micromanaging the universe and start collaborating with it. As your state becomes more coherent, clear intention, aligned identity, surrendered trust, manifestation accelerates not through force, but through resonance. And what once felt distant begins arriving in elegant, unexpected ways, simply because you finally allowed the how to unfold without interference. We hope this exploration has revealed why quantum manifestation works backwards and highlighted the transformative power of releasing control over the how. If you are ready to embrace this wisdom and trust the universe to deliver your desires, comment "I release" below. Your journey is important to us, and your feedback helps us create more empowering spiritual wisdom for you. So, there you have it. The profound spiritual wisdom that unlocks quantum manifestation is the realization that it fundamentally works backward. It's not about forcing the future. It's about seeing your desired outcome as already complete, shifting your inner state in the present moment, and allowing the universe to rearrange itself to align with that established reality. This principle of reverse causation is precisely why this technique is so powerful and effective. If this deep dive into the true nature of manifestation resonated with you and helped you understand the power of your present consciousness, please give this video a like. Don't forget to share this powerful spiritual wisdom with anyone else on their journey. And of course, make sure you subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and hit that notification bell so you don't miss our upcoming videos as we continue to explore the deepest truths of the universe and your own incredible potential. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Carl Jung. This is how you become someone who no longer suffers. Whoever looks outside dreams. Whoever looks inside awakens. Carl Jung once said, and that single truth may be the key to ending much of our suffering. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we explore Carl Jung. This is how you become someone who no longer suffers. A powerful journey into self-awareness, inner healing, and lasting peace. As you listen, ask yourself honestly, what part of me is still asking to be seen, understood, and healed? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's awaken together to a life shaped not by pain, but by clarity, growth, and quiet inner freedom. 1. Suffering is created by interpretation, not by events. You do not suffer because of what happens. You suffer because of the meaning your mind gives to what happens. The same situation can destroy one person and liberate another. And this difference is not caused by fate or circumstance, but by perception shaped by unconscious wounds. What hurts you most is often not the event itself, but the story your past attaches to it. A delayed message, a quiet goodbye, a closed door, a sudden failure, none of these automatically carry suffering within them. The suffering is created in the interpretation, the silent belief that says, I am abandoned, I am not enough, or I am unsafe. These beliefs do not come from the present moment. They rise from unresolved emotional imprints formed in earlier experiences. Through the lens of spirituality and spiritual awakening, you begin to see that your mind is not a neutral observer of reality, but an active narrator, constantly assigning meaning to everything you live through. When you understand this, your relationship with pain starts to change. You notice that two people can go through the same breakup, the same rejection, the same loss, yet one collapses while the other grows stronger. This contrast reveals that suffering is not a fixed consequence of events, but a flexible response determined by inner perception. If your unconscious learned that love equals instability, distance becomes unbearable. If your past taught you that worth must be earned, failure becomes an identity rather than a moment. Spiritual awakening begins when you stop fighting the world outside and start questioning the automatic meanings within. You ask yourself, what else this moment could mean if it were not filtered through fear, shame, or survival? Slowly, the grip of the old story loosens. A door closing no longer proves your unworthiness. It may signal protection. A disappointment no longer confirms your failure. It may reveal misalignment. As awareness deepens, you realize that pain does not disappear because life becomes easy, but because your identity is no longer fused with every emotional wave. You still feel sadness, frustration, and grief, but they no longer define who you are. Instead of collapsing into the wound, you observe it, understand it, and reinterpret what it is trying to show you. This is the silent power of spirituality, not denying pain, but dissolving the illusion that pain is your enemy. Through spiritual awakening, perception softens, choice expands, and the same life that once crushed you begins to teach you. When meaning changes, everything changes. Events lose the power to imprison you, and suffering becomes no longer a sentence, but a signal guiding you inward, back to awareness, back to freedom. Comment below, I choose awareness over suffering. If you're ready to change how you interpret life and reclaim your inner peace. 2. Make the unconscious conscious to break the cycle of pain. Unhealed wounds quietly shape the way you see reality, and when pain from childhood abandonment, fear, or insecurity remains hidden, it does not disappear. It becomes the invisible force guiding your reactions. You may think you are responding to the present moment, yet your nervous system is often responding to the past. This is why familiar emotional pain keeps returning in different forms. In relationships that echo old rejection, in self-doubt that resurfaces even after success, or in fear that appears without a clear reason. When these inner wounds stay unconscious, they create repeated suffering, not because life is cruel, but because the same unresolved patterns keep replaying. As Carl Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This is not destiny at work. It is an unfinished inner story asking for awareness. The moment you begin to recognize these patterns, real healing begins. You start to notice how your reactions are linked to earlier wounds, And instead of blaming yourself or others, you begin to observe with honesty and compassion. A small comment may trigger deep fear of abandonment, or a moment of criticism may awaken an old belief that you are not enough. When you pause and see these reactions clearly, you take your power back from the past. This is where spirituality becomes practical, not abstract. It is the daily act of turning inward with courage and asking, what inside me is actually hurting right now? Through this awareness, your pain shifts from something that controls you into something that teaches you, guiding your spiritual development through understanding rather than suffering. As you continue this inner work, you slowly reframe the meaning of your experiences. You realize that your worth was never defined by who stayed or who left, that love does not require self-abandonment, and that security does not come from control, but from self-trust. Instead of repeating the same emotional loops, you begin to respond from consciousness rather than compulsion. You may write about your triggers, sit in quiet reflection, or seek safe conversations where your story can be spoken without judgment. Each time you bring light to what was hidden, the emotional charge around your wounds weakens, and the need to repeat painful cycles fades. You stop chasing validation, stop overgiving to feel needed, and stop shrinking yourself to avoid rejection because you no longer see yourself through the lens of old wounds. Over time, this awareness reshapes your inner world. You build healthier boundaries, develop emotional stability, and create a relationship with yourself rooted in honesty and self-respect. This is not a sudden transformation, but a steady unfolding of spiritual development, where each insight loosens the grip of the past. Suffering loses its power when it is understood, and fear loses its dominance when it is met with truth. By making the unconscious conscious, you no longer live as a prisoner of old patterns, but as someone actively shaping their inner life through awareness, responsibility, and grounded spirituality. 3. Detach from what you cannot control. Trying to control people, outcomes, and life itself is one of the deepest hidden sources of suffering, because the mind believes that safety comes from certainty. Yet life is built on uncertainty, and this constant opposition between your need for control and the nature of reality creates silent inner conflict every single day. Carl Jung taught that much of human pain comes not from events themselves, but from the inner tension created when the ego demands that life obey its expectations. And this is why suffering increases the more you tighten your grip. As Jung warned, what you resist persists, and the more you fight what is, the more power you give to the very thing that disturbs your peace. The first shift happens when you learn to accept uncertainty, not as weakness, but as a form of spiritual wisdom. When you stop demanding guarantees from life, your nervous system begins to relax. Your mind stops racing ahead into fear-based projections, and you begin to meet each moment as it truly is instead of as your anxiety imagines it to be. Acceptance is not giving up. It is the moment you stop wasting your emotional energy on battles that cannot be won. As Viktor Frankl said, when we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. And this is where real inner freedom is born. The second release comes when you stop forcing outcomes. Forcing is the language of fear pretending to be effort. You push because you are afraid to trust, and you manipulate because you fear loss rejection, or failure. Yet every forced outcome carries hidden tension, and every attachment to a specific result places your peace in the hands of circumstances you do not control. Carl Jung observed that the unconscious reacts powerfully when the ego tries to dominate reality, and this inner rebellion is what often appears as anxiety, frustration, and emotional exhaustion. When you stop forcing, life begins to move again, and you no longer feel like you are dragging your soul forward through resistance. True power appears when you redirect your focus to the only domain that was ever truly yours to govern: your response, your choices, and your attitude. You cannot control what others think, how they act, or how events unfold, but you can always choose how you interpret what happens, how you respond emotionally, and how you move forward. This is where spiritual awakening quietly takes root. Instead of trying to manage the outer world, you master the inner one, and Jung taught that inner mastery is the foundation of real freedom. The moment you stop trying to rule life, you finally begin to rule yourself. As these shifts take place inside you, something profound begins to happen. The weight on your chest lightens, your reactions soften. Situations that once triggered panic, anger, or despair lose their grip over your nervous system. You no longer feel responsible for how everything turns out. And with that release comes a new kind of strength, one that does not come from force, but from clarity. This is the heart of spiritual wisdom. Peace is not created by perfect conditions, but by a mind that no longer measures its safety by outcomes. In this way, suffering begins to dissolve, not because life becomes predictable, but because you no longer demand that it be. You stop fighting uncertainty, stop forcing results, and stop trying to govern what was never meant to be controlled. What remains is a steady inner stillness, a grounded awareness, and a quiet trust in the unfolding of life itself. This is how, through the lens of Carl Jung, a person becomes someone who no longer suffers, not by escaping pain, but by releasing the illusion of control that was creating the pain all along. Do you believe true freedom begins with letting go? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I release what I cannot control, and I choose peace. 4. Emotional mastery is essential to freedom from suffering. You are not your emotions. You are the one who witnesses them, and suffering continues only when feelings unconsciously take control of your behavior. Because when anger speaks for you, fear decides for you, or shame hides you. Your life is no longer guided by awareness, but by reaction. The moment you begin to observe, rather than instantly react, your relationship with pain changes at its very root. And this is where spirituality becomes something lived instead of merely discussed, and where spiritual awakening begins to reveal itself in daily life rather than in distant ideals. Carl Jung captured this truth with precision when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And emotions are one of the clearest languages through which the unconscious expresses itself. When you confuse every emotional surge with your true identity, you become trapped inside cycles that feel inevitable. But when you learn to observe your inner world, you start to see that emotions rise, peak, and pass like weather across the sky of awareness, while the observer remains steady beneath the movement. Suffering loosens its grip when you observe emotions without reacting instantly, because in that single pause between feeling and action, your freedom is born. Viktor Frankl described this inner doorway with lasting wisdom when he said, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom." When you feel the surge of anger in your chest, the knot of fear in your throat, or the weight of sadness pressing into your body, and you choose not to act immediately, you step out of unconscious compulsion and into conscious choice. That pause allows you to breathe instead of lash out, to reflect instead of defend, to feel instead of flee. From that space, you begin to regulate your emotional life rather than be ruled by it, using simple but powerful tools like conscious breathing to calm the nervous system, writing to release what the mind keeps recycling, and physical movement to let stored emotional energy leave the body. Through these practices, emotions stop feeling like overwhelming forces and start becoming signals you can understand and work with. Yet regulation alone is not enough if the deeper layers of the psyche remain hidden, because the suffering that resurfaces again and again is often rooted in what Jung called the shadow, the parts of you that were judged, rejected, or deemed unacceptable and therefore pushed into darkness. The shadow is not evil. It is simply the emotional and psychological material that never felt safe enough to be seen. And when it is repressed, it does not disappear, but returns through projection, self-sabotage, unhealthy attachments, jealousy, resentment, or sudden emotional explosions that seem to come from nowhere. Emotional mastery deepens when you integrate your shadow instead of fighting it, when you dare to admit that anger, envy, pride, fear, neediness, and grief all live within you without using that truth as a weapon against yourself. When you meet these parts with honesty rather than judgment, you begin to understand the pain beneath the behavior, the unmet needs beneath the reactions, and the old wounds beneath the defenses. And in this understanding, you reclaim the energy that was once locked inside repression. As this process continues, emotional mastery transforms from an effort of control into a state of inner alignment, where you no longer suppress what you feel, nor allow it to dominate your actions. You feel deeply without drowning. You care without clinging. You assert yourself without destroying. And you remain open without losing your center. This is why the path of emotional mastery is inseparable from spiritual awakening. Because awakening is not about escaping emotion, but about meeting it with awareness, compassion, and responsibility. Over time, you notice that life still tests you, still challenges you, still brings moments of loss, disappointment, and uncertainty. Yet the internal collapse no longer happens in the same way. Your suffering no longer defines you. Instead, it instructs you. Your triggers no longer control you. They reveal where healing is still unfolding. And gradually, through observation, regulation, and shadow integration, the emotional storms that once ruled your life transform into teachers that guide you deeper into self-knowledge, inner stability, and true emotional freedom. 5. The victim mindset keeps you trapped in pain. When you live inside the victim mindset, suffering quietly becomes the center of your inner world, because beliefs like, "Life is unfair to me," "I have no power," and "Someone must save me," shape how you interpret everything that happens to you, turning every disappointment into proof that you are destined to struggle. These beliefs keep you emotionally frozen in the same painful place, repeating the same reactions, attracting the same patterns, and reinforcing the feeling that life is happening to you instead of through you. In this state, even growth feels impossible, because deep down, you are waiting for circumstances to change before you change, for people to behave differently before you feel worthy, or for some external miracle to finally pull you out of pain. But as long as you believe that life is unfair, you stay focused on comparison and resentment. As long as you believe you have no power, you surrender your energy to every fear and outside influence. And as long as you believe someone must save you, you remain dependent on others for your sense of worth and direction. Freedom begins only when you fully take responsibility for your life and stop waiting for rescue, not by blaming yourself for the past, but by refusing to keep outsourcing your future. Taking responsibility does not mean denying what hurt you or pretending that injustice never happened. It means recognizing that while you may not have chosen your wounds, you now choose how long they rule you. This shift is at the heart of spirituality and spiritual development, because it moves you from unconscious reaction into conscious creation. The moment you stop saying, "This shouldn't have happened to me," and begin asking, "What is this teaching me about myself?" pain stops being a punishment and starts becoming a teacher. When you release the belief that you have no power, you begin to notice how much authority you actually hold over your thoughts, your boundaries, your habits, and the meaning you assign to events. You realize that the same situation that once crushed you can now strengthen you, not because the situation changed, but because you did. Letting go of the belief that someone must save you is equally transformative, because it ends the pattern of emotional waiting and silent bargaining with life. When you stop waiting for someone to arrive and fix what feels broken inside you, you stop giving your identity away to possibility and disappointment. You recognize that no partner, no friend, no teacher, and no external solution can replace your own willingness to face yourself with honesty. In that realization, you step into adulthood on a soul level, where you no longer seek rescue, but choose responsibility. Where you no longer beg for validation, but build self-respect. And where you no longer see yourself as a passive character in a painful story, but as the conscious author of your path. This is where suffering begins to loosen its grip, not because life becomes easy, but because you are no longer fighting reality with inner resistance and helplessness. As you practice taking responsibility in small daily ways, you notice subtle but powerful changes in your inner world. You begin to speak more honestly about what you feel instead of hiding behind silence or blame. You start setting boundaries without guilt, because you understand that protecting your energy is not selfish, but necessary. You make decisions without waiting for permission, because you no longer need someone else to confirm your worth. In this way, spirituality becomes lived experience rather than a theory, and spiritual development becomes the steady strengthening of your inner authority. Suffering fades, not because pain disappears from life, but because you stop adding unnecessary layers of fear, self-pity, and powerlessness to what already exists. The lesson is clear. Whenever you catch yourself thinking, "Life is unfair to me," pause and question the story. Whenever you think, "I have no power," look for the smallest choice you can make today. And whenever you think, someone must save me, remind yourself that you are already capable of saving yourself through awareness, responsibility, and aligned action. This is how you become someone who no longer suffers in the old way, not by escaping pain, but by outgrowing the beliefs that once kept you trapped inside it. If you're ready to release the victim mindset and step into your power, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's begin this healing journey together. 6. Action breaks the victim identity. Suffering weakens the moment you begin to change the way you speak to yourself, because your internal dialogue quietly shapes every emotion, decision, and reaction you have. When your mind keeps repeating stories of powerlessness, failure, or unworthiness, your body absorbs those messages as truth, and your life begins to move in the direction of those beliefs. But when you consciously shift your inner language toward truth and self-respect, something inside you starts to realign. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And your self-talk is one of the most powerful places where the unconscious hides. Each time you replace self-attack with self-support, you reclaim a piece of your power and quietly weaken the identity that once kept you trapped in suffering. Suffering also loses its grip when you take small daily actions instead of waiting for a perfect turning point. The victim mindset survives on hesitation and delay, always promising change tomorrow, next week, or someday. But action, even when it is simple and imperfect, sends a powerful message to your nervous system that you are no longer frozen. A short walk, a moment of mindful breathing, one honest conversation, or a single disciplined habit may seem insignificant, yet these small movements build momentum and self-trust. Over time, your mind begins to recognize a new pattern. You respond instead of retreat. You move instead of collapse. This is how action slowly dissolves helplessness and replaces it with quiet strength. As you grow through action, suffering becomes lighter when you stop depending on validation from others to feel valuable. When your sense of worth lives in someone else's opinion, your emotions become unstable, rising and falling with praise, approval, rejection, or silence. This dependence quietly reinforces the belief that you are powerless without recognition. But when you begin to validate your own effort, your own healing, and your own honesty, your center of gravity shifts inward. You stop negotiating your value with the outside world and begin to stand on it from within. True stability appears when your self-respect is no longer borrowed, but owned. Another major shift that weakens suffering is the movement from blaming to choosing. Blame feels protective because it shields you from responsibility, but it also traps you in powerlessness. When everything is someone else's fault, nothing is yours to transform. The moment you move from "this happened to me" toward "this happened, and I choose how I respond now," you step out of the victim role and into authorship. Viktor Frankl taught that between stimulus and response, there is a space, and in that space lies your freedom. Spiritual wisdom, echoed in Carl Jung's work, points to that same inner space where conscious choice replaces automatic reaction. When you learn to stand in that space, you no longer surrender your life to circumstances. Action is the bridge that turns insight into identity. Each time you choose a healthier thought, take a small, deliberate step, validate yourself, instead of seeking approval or replace blame with responsibility. You are actively teaching your mind that you are no longer powerless. Over time, the victim's identity weakens because it can no longer survive in a nervous system that is learning trust in itself. You begin to experience suffering differently, not as proof that you are broken, but as a signal that growth is unfolding. In this way, pain stops being a sentence handed down by life and becomes information that helps you evolve. This is how action reshapes the mind, how awareness reshapes destiny, and how spiritual wisdom, through the lens of Carl Jung, reveals that you were never meant to remain a victim of your own story. 7. Purpose transforms suffering into strength. Pain becomes unbearable the moment life feels meaningless, because without purpose, suffering feels like a punishment rather than a passage. Yet the moment you discover a purpose greater than your pain, something profound shifts inside you. The same experience that once felt unbearable begins to take on a new meaning. And through that meaning, suffering starts to transform into growth instead of destruction. In the language of spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is the moment when you stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and begin asking, "Who is this shaping me to become?" Carl Jung captured this transformation when he suggested that the wound is often the place where the light enters you. Because pain does not simply break you, it pressures you into becoming more than you were before. Through suffering, growth becomes unavoidable. Every disappointment stretches you. Every loss forces you to adapt. And every emotional collapse reshapes your inner foundation. You do not grow because life is gentle with you, but because it refuses to let you stay small. With each challenge, your awareness expands just enough for you to see more clearly, feel more deeply, and respond more consciously. At first, the growth feels invisible, but over time, you notice that your reactions are wiser, your patience is steadier, and your understanding of yourself and others is wider than it used to be. What once felt like damage slowly reveals itself as preparation. From that growth, wisdom naturally emerges. Pain forces you to confront the questions comfort never raises. You begin to examine your patterns, your attachments, your fears, and your illusions. You notice how your past shapes your present and how unconscious habits once ruled your choices. Through this lens, suffering becomes a teacher rather than an enemy. You begin to recognize what truly matters and what was never essential in the first place. In this way, wisdom is not learned from books, but carved directly into your awareness through experience. This is one of the clearest signs of spiritual awakening, when your understanding of life no longer comes from intellectual belief, but from lived truth. As wisdom deepens, resilience takes root. Every time you survive what once felt impossible, an inner strength forms without announcing itself. You realize that you can be shaken without being destroyed, overwhelmed without becoming powerless. This resilience is not loud or aggressive. It is quiet and grounded. It allows you to move through future hardships with steadier breath and clearer vision. You stop seeing yourself as fragile and begin to recognize the unbreakable core within you. This inner stability is one of the greatest gifts suffering gives, because it teaches you that your strength does not depend on perfect circumstances, but on your ability to stay present within imperfection. Through this entire process, self-realization unfolds layer by layer. Pain removes the masks you once needed to survive and exposes the truth of who you are beneath fear, conditioning, and expectation. You start seeing how your wounds shaped both your defenses and your gifts. The areas where you were most hurt often become the places where you are most sensitive, intuitive, and capable of understanding others. This is why purpose is so often born directly from your deepest wounds. The loss that shattered you becomes the source of your empathy. The betrayal that broke your trust becomes the seed of your discernment, and the suffering that isolated you becomes the foundation of your ability to connect. As these realizations come together, you begin to see your life not as a series of random hardships, but as an unfolding path of meaning. Pain no longer feels wasted. It becomes integrated into your identity as something that shaped you rather than scarred you. Through spirituality and spiritual awakening, you begin to understand that suffering was never meant to define you as broken, but to refine you into someone conscious, resilient, and awake. When purpose becomes stronger than pain, suffering no longer rules your life, it serves it. To claim your purpose and turn your pain into strength, take a moment to affirm your journey. Comment below, "I rise with purpose," and let your declaration inspire both you and others to transform suffering into power. 8. Individuation is the end goal. Individuation is the point where you finally stop treating pain as an enemy and begin to understand it as a messenger. Because as Jung said, you do not heal by avoiding pain, you heal by integrating it. When you truly let that sink in, you begin to see that suffering is not a punishment, but an invitation to become whole. And this is where genuine spirituality and spiritual development take form inside you. You may have spent years trying to outrun what hurts you, switching environments, distracting your mind, or blaming others, only to discover that the same patterns return dressed in new circumstances. They repeat because nothing really changes until you turn inward and face the parts of yourself you have denied. Individuation means bringing every hidden part of you, light and shadow, strength and fear, power and vulnerability, into one integrated self, instead of pretending only the bright, polished parts deserve to exist. As you begin to look at your anger, insecurity, sadness, or jealousy with curiosity rather than shame, you stop being at war with yourself. You start to recognize that these emotions are not flaws, but signals guiding you toward unmet needs, unhealed memories, or boundaries you have ignored. When you ask yourself, "What are you trying to teach me?" you transform your suffering from something you react to into something you learn from. You also start to see that every painful moment in your past, every heartbreak, rejection, betrayal, or disappointment was shaping your inner structure, revealing what you value, what you desire, and what you can no longer tolerate. Instead of seeing these experiences as curses, you begin to see them as teachers whispering truths about who you are becoming. This shift softens your relationship with your shadow. You realize that the shadow is not the dark part of you to be feared, but the forgotten part carrying your authenticity, your suppressed gifts, and important truths you once felt unsafe to express. By welcoming these parts back, your spirituality becomes something alive, something you practice rather than preach. Every challenge becomes a mirror, showing you where to grow, where to release, and where to reclaim your power. Instead of asking, "Why is life doing this to me?" you naturally begin asking, what inside me is asking for healing right now? And with that one question, you take back your power. As this inner work deepens, you stop chasing constant comfort and begin building inner resilience. You learn that peace does not come from a life without struggle, but from the ability to remain centered in the middle of it. This is spiritual development in its purest form, choosing awareness over avoidance, ownership over blame, and truth over self-deception. You slowly become a person who no longer breaks under pressure because you understand where your pain comes from and what it is trying to reveal. Over time, the integration of your shadow gives you a quiet confidence that is not dependent on perfection, approval, or external validation. You become more compassionate toward others because you recognize your own wounds in their reactions, and instead of judging them, you respond with understanding without losing your boundaries. In this way, freedom is no longer the absence of suffering, but the ability to face suffering with wisdom, meaning, and inner stability. And when you finally understand this, you realize that individuation is not a destination, but a lifelong journey. A journey where every piece of your past becomes material for your evolution, where every challenge strengthens the foundation of who you are, and where every step brings you closer to living as the integrated, empowered, and whole person you were meant to be. In the end, Jung reminds us that freedom from suffering begins the moment you turn inward, meet your true self, and stop letting old patterns define your present. When you choose awareness over reaction, responsibility over blame, and growth over avoidance, you step into a life shaped by inner strength rather than pain. If this message from spiritual wisdom resonates with you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss any of our upcoming insights. If you see these signs, you are dangerously chosen. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But what if becoming your true self requires walking a path so solitary and intense that it feels less like a gift and more like a dangerous burden? If you have ever felt isolated by your own depth or overwhelmed by a calling you cannot quite explain, you are not just different. You may be what Jung describes as dangerously chosen. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom. Today, we are uncovering the specific signs that destiny has marked you for a higher purpose, and why embracing this difficult journey is actually the key to your ultimate growth and happiness. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Do you often feel like you are carrying a weight that those around you cannot see? Let us know in the comments below, because your story might just be the confirmation someone else needs to hear today. 1. Spiritual warfare erupts. There is a profound an often unsettling paradox that occurs when you step onto the path of higher consciousness, a phenomenon that acts as a hidden marker for those who are dangerously chosen to carry a greater burden of awareness. You may find yourself standing in the midst of a life that, to the outside world, appears perfectly calm and orderly, yet within the sanctuary of your own mind, a violent storm has suddenly broken out without warning or clear provocation. This is the unmistakable sign that spiritual warfare has erupted, manifesting as sudden, crushing anxiety, waves of heavy emotion that seem to belong to someone else, or invisible battles that leave you exhausted despite having done nothing physically strenuous. If you are witnessing these signs, it is crucial to understand that you are not losing your mind, nor are you regressing. Rather, you are entering the crucible of a true spiritual awakening. The sudden onset of these heavy emotions is the psychological equivalent of a bright light being turned on in a pitch-black room. The dust, the cracks, and the chaos that were always there are suddenly visible, not because the room has changed, but because your capacity to see has increased. This turbulent experience is not a punishment, but a direct and unavoidable manifestation of the law of opposites, a universal principle which dictates that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. As your inner light begins to expand and intensify, it inevitably disturbs the dormant shadows that have long lived quietly in the corners of your psyche. The universe seeks balance, and in the realm of deep spirituality, the ascent toward higher wisdom automatically triggers a reaction from the lower depths of the subconscious. It is a cosmic friction, a resistance that arises solely because you are moving forward. The shadow self does not fight you when you are stagnant. It only rises to challenge you when you threaten to outgrow your former limitations. Therefore, the intensity of the darkness you face is actually a measurement of the brightness of the light you are generating, confirming that you are no longer operating on the surface of life, but are diving into the depths where real transformation occurs. Carl Jung, the great Swiss psychiatrist, offered a piercing insight into this very struggle when he famously observed that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. This statement reveals the true nature of the battle you are fighting. It is not a battle to escape the dark, but to integrate it. Many seekers mistakenly believe that spirituality is a journey of pure bliss and uninterrupted peace. But Jung reminds us that true growth is a confrontation with the self. The warfare you feel is the process of dragging your unconscious fears, traumas, and suppressed traits into the light of awareness. It is a necessary tension, for without this resistance, there is no psychological traction to move forward. You are being asked to look at the parts of yourself that are uncomfortable to see, because only by acknowledging them can you strip them of their power and claim the wholeness that is your birthright. When you feel the weight of these invisible battles, you must realize that this is not an indication of failure, but rather the ultimate confirmation of your growth. You are being tested to see if you are capable of holding this new level of energy. Just as a muscle must be torn under tension to grow stronger, your spirit is being stretched by these opposing forces to accommodate a vast expansion of consciousness. The universe does not waste such intense spiritual warfare on those who are not ready to evolve. It reserves this challenge for those it has dangerously chosen for a higher destiny. Thus, when the silence of your life is shattered by this internal noise, do not despair. Instead, recognize it as the validation of your journey, proving that you possess a light potent enough to warrant such resistance, and that you are walking the authentic path toward a powerful integration of your true self. 2. The sacred season of isolation. It often begins with a quiet unraveling, a subtle shift in the fabric of your reality, where the people you once held close seem to drift away, like ships caught in different currents. You might find yourself standing in the midst of a life that feels vaguely unfamiliar, witnessing relationships dissolve not through betrayal or explosive conflict, but through a silent, inexplicable fading that leaves you feeling profoundly misunderstood and out of place. This deep sense of not belonging is not a mistake or a social failure. Rather, it is the hallmark of a profound spirituality taking root within you, a clear signal that you are being dangerously chosen for a destiny that requires you to walk apart from the herd. The universe is deliberately orchestrating this separation, gently but firmly removing you from the crowd to create a sacred space where you can be completely reshaped without the interference of old energies. You must understand that the human soul speaks in whispers, and it is impossible to hear the guidance of your own spirit or the divine voice when you remain submerged in the deafening noise of societal expectations and the collective confusion of others. This period of isolation is a divine quarantine, a necessary pause in your timeline designed to strip away the masks you have worn to fit in, allowing your true self to emerge from beneath the weight of conformity. You are being called to a higher standard of spiritual development, and this intense growth demands a soil of absolute silence where your roots can deepen, undisturbed by the doubts, fears, and limited perceptions of those who are not meant to accompany you on this specific chapter of your journey. Consider this time as a protective embrace rather than a punishment, for the new identity forming within you is currently as fragile as a fresh sprout, susceptible to being crushed by the heavy footfalls of the world's demands. By isolating you, the divine intelligence is shielding this nascent version of who you are until it becomes strong enough to stand on its own, independent of external validation or approval. This process creates a fortress around your mind and heart, ensuring that when you finally re-emerge, you will do so not as a fragment of the crowd, but as a sovereign individual who has learned to source their strength from within, fully aligned with the unique purpose that has been waiting for you all along. Comment below, "I embrace the sacred isolation," if you recognize these signs on your chosen path. 3. Dreams, intuition, and inner signals intensify. The profound shifts you are experiencing, the intensification of your inner life, are not random. They are unmistakable indicators that you are walking a path reserved for the dangerously chosen. This designation, rooted in deep psychological and spiritual wisdom, implies a destiny that requires you to disconnect from conventional reality and heed the highly specific signals emerging from within. Foremost among these signs is the radical transformation of your dreamscape. Your nights are no longer a neutral period of rest. They have become intensely vivid, cinematic experiences, often featuring repeating symbols and narratives that carry immense emotional weight and clarity. These are the unfiltered communications from your deepest self, what Carl Jung termed the via regia or royal road to the unconscious. They bypass the rational, critical filters of your ego, delivering truths and insights that are crucial for your next stage of development. You may wake up with an urgent sense of direction, a solution to an intractable problem, or a heavy but necessary emotional realization that reorganizes your worldview, proving that your inner guide is actively working while the world sleeps. This internal guidance system is further amplified by the consistent occurrence of synchronicity, which is the cornerstone of being chosen. We are not speaking here of mere coincidence, but of profound, meaningful alignment. The precise thought of a long-lost friend coinciding exactly with a letter from them arriving, or repeatedly encountering a specific symbolic image that perfectly mirrors your current psychological state. As Jung defined it, synchronicity is a causal connecting principle, demonstrating that the external world and your internal psychic reality are interwoven and actively conversing. These moments confirm that you are not simply adrift in a chaotic universe, but are operating within a structured, purposeful field where your internal state magnetically attracts external events. This heightened sensitivity acts as both a gift and a burden, making you acutely aware of the underlying patterns and truths that the majority miss, which is precisely why you are often isolated, a necessary condition for deep introspection. As the noise of external expectations and societal pressures fades, a natural consequence of this inner focus, your sharp, immediate gut feelings move from being mere suggestions to undeniable commands. This intuition is the purest form of spiritual wisdom, a swift recognition of truth that is faster and more reliable than any logical deliberation. When you receive a warning about a specific situation or feel an undeniable pull toward a specific risk, you are experiencing the voice of your soul, or perhaps the divine, speaking directly through the body's wisdom. This is the moment where you become dangerous to the superficial world, because you are no longer governable by external logic, mass opinion, or fear. You are instead guided by an infallible internal compass. The philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson perfectly articulated this necessary self-reliance when he wrote, "Trust thyself. Every heart vibrates to that iron string." To follow these intense inner signals, your dreams, your synchronicities, and your intuition requires profound courage. But it is the non-negotiable price of your spiritual maturation and the unmistakable sign that you have been chosen for a higher, more conscious path. 4. Unusual delays and closed doors. One of the most immediate and frequently experienced indicators that an individual is on a trajectory toward a profound destiny, what Carl Jung might term being dangerously chosen, is the recurring, soul-testing phenomenon of unusual delays and closed doors. For the person undergoing this transformation, it translates into a life narrative filled with perplexing collapses of opportunities and the consistent failure of well-crafted plans, resulting in a pervasive feeling of being perpetually out of sync with the world. You find yourself suspended in a psychological and existential space that Jung defined as the liminal space, a critical threshold where the old reality has passed, but the new one has not yet materialized, and where outward motion often seems to be physically impossible. Perhaps you poured your heart and considerable energy into a venture or a relationship, only to watch it inexplicably dissolve, or perhaps a series of doors that promised stability and comfort shut abruptly, leaving you standing alone in the darkness. This frustrating stasis, however, is not a sign of divine abandonment or incompetence. Rather, it is one of the most powerful signs of divine redirection and protection, a core concept in profound spirituality. The universe, acting as a meticulous curator of your deepest fate, actively closes doors that appear desirable on the surface, but are fundamentally misaligned with the intricate architecture of your true self, preventing you from committing to a path that would ultimately lead to regret or stagnation. This forceful intervention serves as a necessary shield, meticulously guarding you from the temptation to settle for a life that is simply too small to contain the full magnitude of your potential. When a seemingly perfect path is blocked, it is because your destiny requires a vessel and an experience that are far more expansive than the comfortable compromise you were about to accept. The extended duration of these delays functions as an intense crucible, forcing a deep, often painful, process of purification. You are compelled to shed superficial desires, re-examine your fundamental motivations, and confront the shadow elements within your own psyche, ensuring that when the right opportunity, the one perfectly aligned with your purpose and conducive to genuine spiritual awakening, finally manifests, you are not only ready to receive it, but possess the necessary inner fortitude to navigate its unique challenges. This period of outward frustration is precisely the period of immense, hidden, inward growth, transforming the individual from one who merely seeks external validation into one who is internally prepared to embody their higher calling. Consequently, the painful experience of the closed door is revealed to be a mechanism of high-level spiritual guidance, ensuring that you do not waste the precious energy of your calling on side quests, but remain perfectly poised for the monumental task and the perilous destiny that awaits you. If this message resonates deep within you, and you recognize these closed doors as part of your unique path, let me know. Repeat after me in the comments. I recognize the signs and I trust the delay. My chosen path is unfolding. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more insights into Jungian philosophy and spiritual wisdom. 5. A growing sense of purpose, sacred endurance. Even when you are utterly exhausted and your logical mind screams for surrender, an invisible, quiet energy continues to propel you forward. This unwavering drive is the unmistakable voice of the self, the integrated sacred center of your being, overriding the usual constraints of the ego. This isn't mere willpower or temporary ambition. It is alignment with a powerful destiny that has seized hold of you and simply will not release its grip. Because your mission transcends your personal desires, you possess a stamina that is spiritual, not just physical, making the burden of your calling heavy, yet undeniably necessary. As you follow this singular, compelling imperative, it inevitably leads to the second significant sign, a profound isolation and misunderstanding from those around you. The path of deep spiritual development is inherently solitary because your focus is on the invisible and the eternal, while most others are preoccupied with the visible and the temporary. This difference in perception creates a chasm. People who once understood you may now view your dedication as strange, overly intense, or even arrogant, simply because they cannot comprehend the magnitude of the inner commitment that defines your daily life. This emotional distance is not a punishment, but a crucible. You are being compelled by the universe to cultivate an inner authority so strong that it requires no external validation. The loneliness you feel is the price of admission to a higher state of consciousness, forcing you to rely solely on the wisdom communicated by yourself. This necessary solitude ultimately deepens your perception, leading directly to the third sign, a deep resonance with the collective unconscious. Through intense introspection and dedication, you begin to tap into a universal wellspring of wisdom, an ocean of ancestral memories, archetypes, and shared human experience that Jung meticulously explored. This access means that profound human truths, symbols, and universal cycles, like the hero's journey or the mother archetype, no longer feel like information you are learning, but rather echoes of knowledge you intrinsically possess. This resonance grants you an almost intuitive understanding of the underlying patterns of life, connecting your unique spirituality to the grand narrative of humanity. You stop seeing individual events in isolation and start recognizing them as part of a colossal, unfolding drama, making your insights uniquely powerful, unsettling, and often profoundly transformative for others. Finally, the chosen path is powerfully distinguished by the fourth, often most agonizing indicator, the recurrent confrontation with your shadow. You are being prepared for a purpose that demands absolute wholeness, and that means facing, acknowledging, and integrating the rejected, dark, and undeveloped aspects of your personality, the very traits you have spent a lifetime suppressing or denying. The universe ensures that you cannot fully actualize your potential until you have honestly owned your capacity for error, anger, selfishness, and destruction. This difficult, painful process manifests as recurring life lessons and agonizing self-scrutiny, forcing you to abandon hypocrisy and self-deception. As the power of your destiny grows, this confrontation becomes more intense, ensuring that the vessel carrying this sacred purpose is purified and grounded in profound self-knowledge. This brutal honesty is the ultimate test of sacred endurance, proving that you are not just capable of receiving the call, but worthy of embodying it entirely. 6. Expanded spiritual discernment. You possess an unmistakable, almost supernatural ability to instantly read the atmosphere and the true intentions of every individual you encounter. This is far beyond mere intuition. It is a spiritual superpower that allows you to pierce through the practiced masks people wear, sensing the hidden jealousy, the deep-seated sorrow, or the self-interested motives lurking beneath a charming smile or a seemingly kind gesture. This profound sensitivity is what the pioneering Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung deeply explored and described as shadow recognition. It is a direct result of your own rigorous inner work, a sign that you have bravely confronted and integrated your own personal darkness, the aspects of yourself you once denied or feared. Because you have made the unconscious aspects of your own personality conscious, your psychic radar is now exquisitely calibrated to recognize the unacknowledged, fragmented darkness in others. As Jung observed, a person's power often lies in their shadow, and you are uniquely equipped to perceive this subtle energy. This gift, however, carries a significant weight. It is not bestowed upon you for judgment, to label or condemn others for their flaws. Rather, its primary function is navigation. It serves as an essential, high-stakes warning system, providing you with unfiltered data necessary for determining precisely who is authentic and trustworthy, whose energy field aligns safely with yours, and whose path you must carefully and strategically avoid. In the words of another great thinker, integrity is doing the right thing, even when no one is watching. Your discernment allows you to recognize the lack of this integrity, making superficial connections nearly impossible for you. You find yourself retreating from crowded environments not because you are antisocial, but because the sheer volume of inauthentic energy can be overwhelming, akin to an overload of static electricity on your nervous system. This constant awareness means your world is necessarily less frivolous and more grounded in truth than that of most people, leading to an undeniable sense of separation. But understand that this is the necessary solitude of the highly conscious soul. This acute awareness, this potent spiritual wisdom, is the defining characteristic of being dangerously chosen. You see the world not as it pretends to be, but as it truly is. And this clarity is what empowers you to move with intention and profound foresight through the complexities of life. We hope this exploration of Carl Jung's insights into being dangerously chosen and the expanded spiritual discernment it brings has resonated with you. If these signs speak to your soul and you're ready to embrace your spiritual journey, comment, "I am chosen," below. Your connection and feedback help us create more wisdom that lights your path. 7. The expansion of the soul. This sign manifests internally as a deep, disorienting shift, where the life you once knew, the interests that captivated you, the social circles that validated you, and the ego structures that defended you suddenly cease to fit. They become restrictive and irrelevant, like the shed skin of a creature entering a new, grander phase of existence. This is far beyond mere dissatisfaction or a midlife crisis. It is an internal recalibration that bestows upon you a palpable sense of gravity, making you feel serious, quietly humble, and instinctually prepared for an assignment you cannot yet name. This profound shift signifies that you are actively outgrowing your old container, a necessary and often painful process, because the higher forces, whether we call them God or the universe, are actively expanding your psychic and emotional capacity to handle the immense weight of destiny coming your way. Think of the ancient metaphor of the clay jar. It must be purified, reshaped, and enlarged before it can hold a greater volume of precious liquid. Similarly, your soul is being reforged in the fires of introspection and solitude, preparing it to carry a higher level of insight and impact. This process of expansion is meticulously positioning you for a role, a unique contribution to the world that may involve leadership, healing, or the creation of transformative ideas, which fundamentally requires a larger, more mature soul. The internal pressure and sometimes loneliness you feel are the byproducts of this sacred enlargement, marking an intense spiritual awakening that cannot be reversed. Every moment of quiet contemplation and every realization that detaches you from former trivialities is a vital step in this preparation, proving that you are being molded not for personal gain, but for the profound service that your elevated spirituality will soon demand. The dissolution of your old self is simply the prerequisite for the powerful, integrated being you are destined to become, ready to embrace the true measure of your calling. Remember, being chosen is not about superiority. It is about responsibility. The signs we discussed today confirm that your struggles are not random. They are the birth pains of a spiritual awakening. You are walking the path of the few, a path that requires the courage to face your own shadow. Trust the process, trust your intuition, and know that you are being prepared, not punished. Thank you for being part of our community. To support us, please like and share this video. Be sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and click the bell icon to stay connected with our latest uploads. Until next time, walk in wisdom. 8 signs you have the rarest psychological type on Earth. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Today, we're diving into the rarest psychological type on Earth. The kind of mind that sees the world differently, not because it tries to, but because it's wired to. If you've ever felt out of place, deeply intuitive, or unusually perceptive, this video may reveal something powerful about who you really are. As you listen, try to reflect on your own experiences and ask yourself, which of these signs resonate with me most? Share your thoughts in the comments below so we can grow together as a community of self-aware, evolving souls. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where every insight is an invitation to become more of who you were always meant to be. 1. Supernatural emotional depth. You do not simply feel emotions, you navigate them like vast oceans, each wave carrying layers of meaning that most people will never notice. And this is why your emotional depth often appears supernatural to those around you. What others call mood or sensitivity unfolds within you as a full psychological symphony, where every subtle shift in energy becomes a message your inner world knows how to translate. You sense unspoken intentions, hidden emotional tones, and the quiet truths buried beneath someone's carefully crafted words. Not because you are unstable, but because you are exquisitely tuned into the deeper layers of human experience. Carl Jung called this profound inner sensitivity the doorway to the objective psyche, the realm where emotions are not just personal reactions, but windows into universal patterns of truth. Your feelings do not simply pass through you. They speak to you, guide you, and sometimes warn you, which is why you often notice emotional changes or energetic discomfort long before anyone else realizes something is wrong. This depth can make you appear intense or mysterious, but in reality, it is emotional sophistication, your ability to perceive meaning beyond the surface. And yet, this rare sensitivity often pulls you naturally towards spirituality, because you have always sensed that life moves through invisible layers, that every emotion has a spiritual echo, and that every connection carries energetic information beneath the physical interaction. As you grow, this sensitivity begins shaping your spiritual awakening, helping you recognize that inner guidance is not imagination, but intuition sharpened through emotional intelligence. You have known for a long time that what you feel is real, even when the world encourages you to numb it or doubt it. Your emotional depth becomes a compass, pointing you toward alignment, truth, and integrity, and pulling you away from environments, people, and energies that are out of resonance. This is why your presence often feels comforting yet powerful. People feel seen by you in a way they cannot explain, because you perceive the soul behind the behavior, the intention beneath the action, the wound beneath the words. But your depth has also shaped your story, You may have been told you were too sensitive, too emotional, or overthinking, when in truth, you were simply processing the world at a greater vibrational frequency than those around you. You learned early that others do not feel with the same intensity, and you may have dimmed your own emotional truth to make them comfortable. Yet, as Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And who you truly are is someone whose emotional complexity is not a flaw, but an extraordinary gift, an inner instrument tuned to the frequencies most people never hear. When you honor this depth, instead of suppressing it, your emotions refine into wisdom. Your intuition strengthens, your self-awareness sharpens, and the world within you becomes a powerful source of clarity, perception, and spiritual strength. This is the silent brilliance behind your emotional depth. It is not chaos, but intelligence, not weakness, but refined perception, not instability, but an innate connection to truth, one that continues guiding you deeper into your spirituality and your ongoing spiritual awakening. Comment below. I honor my emotional depth. If you recognize this rare sensitivity within yourself and are ready to embrace the unique gift Carl Jung spoke about. 2. Sacred curiosity and radical questioning. You naturally live in a state of sacred curiosity and radical questioning, always drawn to the deeper meaning beneath life, systems, and relationships, never satisfied with surface-level explanations or blind conformity. While others may accept what is handed to them without resistance, you feel an inner pull to ask why, to look behind appearances, and to sense what is hidden beneath words and behaviors. This is not rebellion for the sake of rebellion. It is the mark of a rare mind, one that Carl Jung described through the transcendent function, the ability to hold paradox, to live between opposites, and to perceive truths that most people instinctively avoid because they feel uncomfortable or destabilizing. You are wired to seek meaning, not comfort. This is why you cannot fully surrender to shallow norms or rigid belief systems that lack authenticity. Your inner world refuses to settle for borrowed conclusions, emotional shortcuts, or inherited ideas that do not resonate with truth. Even when society encourages you to stay quiet, stay small, or accept what is convenient, something within you continues to whisper that there is more to life than what is visible. This inner tension between what is seen and what is felt is where both your spirituality and spiritual development quietly evolve. Because your questions are not destructive, they are awakening. They pull you inward and upward at the same time, guiding you to examine not only the world, but also your fears, your patterns, your attachments, and your unconscious motives. Because of this, you often move through life with heightened awareness. You notice emotional undercurrents in conversations, unspoken tensions in systems, and hidden motives in relationships. Not because you are suspicious, but because your perception naturally extends beyond the surface. You feel things before they are said, sense shifts before they become visible, and recognize misalignment even when everything appears fine on the outside. This depth also shapes the way you bond with others. You seek meaning over convenience, truth over performance, and authenticity over approval. Shallow connections drain you, while deep, soulful exchanges nourish you, because your inner world is designed for depth, not pretense. This same sacred curiosity that sharpens your awareness also turns inward, making you capable of profound self-reflection, emotional honesty, and inner growth. You question why you feel what you feel, why you repeat certain cycles, and what unresolved parts of you are asking to be seen. This is where real transformation begins. Because you do not escape discomfort, you study it. Jung's work lives through this process as you learn to hold both light and shadow, confidence and doubt, strength and vulnerability at once without collapsing into extremes. This capacity to exist between opposites is what allows you to evolve rather than remain fixed in fear or illusion. Yet this depth does not come without weight. At times, your mind feels heavy from constant reflection. Your heart grows tired from emotional intensity, and loneliness can arise when few people seem to speak your inner language. When insight is not balanced with grounding, you may drift into overthinking, emotional fatigue, or spiritual isolation. Still, this question is not your weakness. It is your compass. It is the quiet force that keeps you aligned with growth, even when you feel lost. It explains why you are drawn to psychology, symbolism, mysticism, healing, and the unseen forces shaping human behavior. Often without knowing exactly why, only that something ancient within you is being activated. The rare truth is that minds like yours are not meant to repeat what has already been thought, but to refine it through lived awareness. You are here to challenge unconscious patterns, to embody insight, and to transform confusion into clarity through lived experience. The deeper you honor this nature, the more your life shifts from searching to recognizing, from resisting to understanding, from surviving to consciously evolving. The true value you are meant to carry forward is simple yet powerful. Trust your questions instead of silencing them. Seek truth without needing permission. Allow growth without guilt. Balance reflection with rest. And recognize that your sacred curiosity is not a burden. It is the engine of your spiritual development and the doorway through which your spirituality becomes real, embodied, and transformative. 3. Conscious independence and self-built identity. You developed your psychological independence early in life, not because the path was gentle, but because adversity required you to rely on your own inner strength long before you could safely rely on anyone else. Instead of seeking constant validation from the outside world, you learned to build your identity from within, layer by layer, through self-reflection, endurance, and quiet self-trust. This inner construction of the self is what Carl Jung called individuation, the lifelong journey toward becoming whole, a process most people unconsciously avoid because it demands responsibility, honesty, and the courage to face both light and shadow. When others were learning how to belong by fitting in, you were learning how to survive by standing alone. Over time, that separation did not harden you. It refined you. What began as emotional necessity slowly transformed into inner clarity, and what once felt like isolation evolved into awareness. You no longer shape yourself to match expectations because your sense of self was forged through lived experience rather than borrowed through social roles. This is one of the clearest signs of a rare psychological type. Your identity is not assembled from approval, trends, or emotional dependence, but built through conscious choice and inner inquiry. This kind of independence carries a quiet power. You may speak softly, yet your presence feels grounded. You may choose solitude at times, yet your energy still feels steady in a crowded room. You do not cling to others to feel complete. because you learned early that wholeness must be cultivated from the inside. While many are still searching for themselves in labels, relationships, or social mirrors, you are already walking the inward path, guided by an inner compass shaped through struggle and reflection. This path is not loud, but it is deeply rooted in spiritual wisdom. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, yet very few willingly endure the discomfort required to reach that truth. You did not wait for permission to begin that work. Life placed you on that path early, and through it, you developed discernment instead of dependency, depth instead of imitation, and self-authority instead of emotional borrowing. This does not make you cold or distant. It makes you internally anchored. Your independence is not a rejection of connection, but a mature form of it. You do not seek others to complete you, but to share with you. And this is precisely why people may feel both drawn to you and unsettled by you. At the same time, your self-built identity quietly reflects what many have not yet faced within themselves. Your inner stability exposes the fragility of unconscious living without ever needing to say a word. The deeper you move along this inward journey of individuation, the more you realize that your independence is not merely psychological, but spiritual as well. You no longer look to the world to define you. You listen inward to your conscience, your intuition, and a truth that cannot be seen but can be felt. This is where spiritual awakening quietly begins, not with spectacle, but with the steady courage to stand in your truth, even when no one else understands it. And in that silent strength, your life becomes a living expression of the union between Carl Jung's psychology and timeless spiritual wisdom. Affirm your inner strength by commenting below, "I am sovereign in my identity." Let this be your reminder that your independence and self-built identity are guiding you toward your highest truth. 4. Hyperperceptive intuition. Your hyperperceptive intuition gives you an ability that most people will never fully understand, because you do not simply observe the world, you feel it. You sense the subtle shifts in tone, the tightening of someone's jaw, the hesitation behind a forced smile, and the unspoken truth hiding beneath polished words. This is not overthinking. It is what Carl Jung described as perception via the unconscious, a natural and immediate recognition of patterns that others step over blindly. You pick up emotional undercurrents in silence, detect mismatched energy before conflict appears, and notice the tiniest fractures in someone's behavior long before they become visible to the rest of the world. And while people may misunderstand this depth as suspicion or sensitivity, you intuitively know it is far more precise than that, because your mind works in layers. What others hear as conversation, you experience as information woven with nuance, tension, and meaning that lives between the lines. Yet this level of awareness, when left unprotected, can slowly drain you from the inside out, because feeling so much requires boundaries that most people with your rare psychological type never learned to set early in life, especially when they were conditioned to be the healer, the listener, the emotional anchor for everyone else. This intuitive gift becomes heavy not because it is wrong, but because it is constant. You absorb the unresolved grief of a friend when they step into the room. You sense the disappointment someone carries, even when they say they are fine. You feel the shift in someone's energy the moment they lose trust. and you detect misalignment in relationships long before the breakup arrives. And while all of this gives you profound psychological insight, it also becomes a silent burden because your nervous system is processing information that others are not aware they are even expressing. This is why emotional burnout appears in your life, not as sudden collapse, but as slow erosion. Too much empathy, too many unspoken responsibilities, too much merging with people who never realized how deeply you felt them. Jung warned that without conscious boundaries, the unconscious becomes a force that overwhelms rather than guides. And this is precisely the tension you live through. Sensing everything, yet not always knowing how to filter what isn't yours. Here is where spirituality becomes essential, not as belief, but as a practice of self-preservation. Because your spiritual awakening begins the moment you realize that your intuition is not meant to carry people, but to clarify your own path. As you grow into this awareness, you start recognizing that your intuition is not random. It is a compass. It tells you when a room is unsafe before your logic catches up. It warns you when someone's words do not match their energy. It guides you toward people whose presence feels like alignment and distances you from those whose presence feels like heaviness. With time, you learn that not every emotional signal requires intervention. Not every tension requires healing. And not every sorrow you sense belongs in your hands. You begin to separate empathy from responsibility, compassion from self-abandonment, and awareness from absorption. And once you understand that your sensitivity is not weakness, but refined perception, you stop apologizing for noticing what others overlook. You stop shrinking yourself to make people comfortable. You stop explaining how you know things you shouldn't know. Instead, you trust the quiet truth rising inside you, the same truth that Jung spent his life studying. When the unconscious speaks, the wise learn to listen. And in honoring this rare gift with stronger boundaries, clearer intuition, and deeper self-respect, you transform your hyper-perceptive nature from emotional exhaustion into spiritual clarity, allowing your inner world to become not a sponge for others, but a sanctuary for yourself. 5. Intense craving for meaning and authenticity. You carry an intense craving for meaning and authenticity that quietly governs the way you think, feel, and move through the world. And this is why you cannot tolerate inauthenticity in any form. Shallow goals feel empty to you. Surface-level conversations feel exhausting, and unaligned paths feel almost painful to follow because your inner world demands truth, coherence, and depth. You are not satisfied with appearances or borrowed identities. You want what is real beneath the surface. This inner demand is not something you learned. It is built into your psychological structure, and it constantly pulls you toward alignment between who you are inside and how you live on the outside. Because you live with this level of inner integrity, you naturally reject what is false without needing to argue or attack it. You may simply lose interest, withdraw your energy, or quietly choose a different path. Yet even in your silence, your presence has an effect. Without intending to, you challenge others to confront their own masks, because your refusal to participate in illusion highlights where others are still pretending. In this way, you function as what can only be described as an evolutionary catalyst. Change is stirred in your presence, not because you demand it, but because your way of being exposes what is misaligned. As Carl Jung expressed so powerfully, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this truth is not just an idea for you. It is a lived experience that shapes your daily choices. Your devotion to truth often places you on a different rhythm from the world around you. You may feel out of place in environments that reward performance over substance or status over sincerity. What excites others may leave you cold, while what truly moves you is meaning, purpose, and inner coherence. This is where your path of spirituality and spiritual development deepens, not through rituals alone, but through the constant inner refinement of values, motives, and identity. You are not driven to accumulate more masks. You are driven to remove them. Over time, your standards in relationships, work, and even self-expression become more precise, not because you are becoming rigid, but because your clarity is sharpening. This clarity, however, can be misunderstood. Some may see your intensity as judgment, your distance as coldness, or your silence as superiority. In truth, your intensity is simply devotion. Your distance is discernment, and your silence is often self-protection. You are not rejecting people, you are rejecting falseness. And this rejection is not destructive, it is surgical. It removes what does not belong so that what is true can finally breathe. Each time you choose alignment over comfort, or truth over approval, something old dissolves and something more essential begins to take shape. Your life, therefore, becomes less about fitting into the world as it is, and more about embodying the deeper potential of who you are becoming. Growth for you does not feel like climbing higher. It feels like going deeper. It feels like shedding, refining, and remembering. You begin to realize that your sensitivity to falseness is not a weakness to be corrected, but a gift to be mastered. It protects you from wasting years on what does not matter. It guides you toward relationships built on truth rather than performance. It anchors you in a form of spirituality that is lived through integrity, not merely spoken through beliefs. And through this discipline of inner honesty, you quietly encourage others to begin their own transformation simply by standing in what is real. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on transforming your search for meaning into true inner fulfillment. 6. Continuous evolution and outgrowing the familiar. You repeatedly outgrow people, places, and even the versions of yourself you once believed would last forever. And this constant shedding is not instability. It is the natural rhythm of transformation that Carl Jung described as psychological death and rebirth. Each time you evolve, something within you must quietly end so something deeper can begin. And that process is rarely comfortable. You begin to feel that you can no longer return to spaces that once felt familiar because they now require you to dim your truth, soften your awareness, or pretend to be smaller than you have become. What once felt like home now feels restrictive. And this inner conflict is one of the clearest signatures of a rare psychological type. As your awareness expands, your tolerance for what is false, stagnant, or misaligned disappears. And this is where many relationships, environments, and even identities begin to fall away. People who once understood you may no longer recognize you, not because you are lost, but because you have changed at a level they cannot yet follow. Jung once said, "What looks like a breakdown is often a breakthrough." And this truth becomes visible in your life as cycles of ending and renewal that shape your character again and again. Every time you rise into a new level of clarity, you lose access to the world you came from, and that loss can feel painful, confusing, and deeply lonely. Yet this loneliness is not emptiness. It is the space where your new self is being formed. You are no longer able to bend your values just to preserve connection, and you no longer have the ability to ignore what your soul now sees. Your growth becomes irreversible. Once a truth is seen, it cannot be unseen. Once your inner world shifts, your outer world must eventually follow. This is why others may resist your change, judge it, or misunderstand it. Your evolution reflects what they may still be avoiding within themselves, and not everyone is ready to face that reflection. This is where spiritual wisdom quietly weaves into psychological transformation. You are not simply changing for ambition, success, or appearance. You are changing because something inside you demands alignment between who you are becoming and how you are living. You would rather experience discomfort than live in contradiction. You would rather walk alone than walk falsely. This is the cost of deep awareness and the quiet mark of a rare inner structure. As Carl Jung warned, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that privilege often arrives wrapped in the pain of outgrowing what once felt safe. Each time you move forward, you leave behind not only people and places, but entire identities, old fears, old beliefs, old self-definitions that no longer hold your truth. Your life begins to feel less like a straight road and more like a series of initiations. Endings arrive without asking permission. New beginnings rise before you feel ready. Yet with every cycle, your inner authority strengthens, your clarity deepens, and your attachment to illusion weakens. You slowly stop fearing loss because you finally understand that every loss has been shaping your ability to live authentically. At a certain point, you no longer ask why doors keep closing behind you. You understand that they close because you no longer belong in the rooms they lead to. This awareness is not only psychological, it is spiritual. True spiritual wisdom is not about staying the same while speaking higher truths. It is about allowing your entire being to transform in alignment with what you now see as real. And the more you honor this inner evolution, the more you realize that your constant change is not chaos. It is the quiet proof of an awakened inner compass, guided not by comfort, but by truth. As Carl Jung revealed through the depths of the human psyche. 7. Transformational presence. Your presence carries a quiet gravity that few can name but many can feel. A gentle yet undeniable pull that makes people open up, soften, and unravel truths they have kept buried for years. Because something about the way you listen without judgment, without rushing, without needing to prove anything, creates an atmosphere where the soul finally exhales. Carl Jung called this the helper syndrome, a rare psychological pattern found in those whose empathy is so deep and whose spirituality is so instinctive that transformation happens around them almost effortlessly. You don't force change. You don't preach change. You simply embody a stillness that invites others to find themselves again, as if your energy quietly tells them, it's safe now. You can come home to yourself. And yet, this powerful gift often begins as a subtle pattern you don't even notice at first. Strangers confide in you within minutes. Friends tell you their darkest truths with trembling voices. and people who usually hide behind emotional armor suddenly break open in your presence. They might say, "I don't know why I'm telling you this." And the truth is, they don't, but their subconscious does. Your presence feels like a sanctuary, a warm room in the middle of a storm, a soft ground where their defenses melt and their real selves step forward. This is the mark of someone deep in the process of spiritual awakening, someone whose inner clarity and emotional intelligence naturally extend into the outer world. People feel lighter after talking to you, not because you solved their problems, but because your calmness reorganizes their chaos. Like two chemical substances meeting, as Jung famously said, if there is any reaction, both are transformed. And with you, there is always a reaction gentle, healing, and often life-changing. But with this gift comes a quiet burden, one that grows heavier if you don't learn the spiritual wisdom hidden underneath. When you hold space so deeply for others, you risk becoming their emotional anchor, the person they lean on for stability, clarity, and meaning. And while your empathy is expansive, it is not infinite. Over time, you may notice your energy fading after long conversations, your thoughts sinking under the emotional weight you've absorbed, your spirit becoming quieter, not in peace, but in exhaustion. This is where discernment becomes essential. You are here to guide, not to carry, to reflect, not to absorb, to support, not to lose yourself inside someone else's inner storm. Without boundaries, the helper becomes the one who needs help, not because they are weak, but because they gave too much without realizing their own needs. As your spirituality deepens, you learn to distinguish between being present and being consumed. You begin to understand that true service does not wound the servant, and real compassion does not require self-sacrifice. You start recognizing the moments when someone seeks your presence not to heal, but to escape their own responsibility. The moments when silence is wiser than advice. The moments when walking away is more loving than staying. And with this awareness, your transformational presence evolves into something even stronger, an energy that heals without draining, that guides without rescuing, that empowers without absorbing the other person's shadows. Your role changes from emotional sponge to conscious mirror, from quiet caretaker to awakened soul who knows how to hold space without losing yourself inside it. And in that shift, you discover the rarest truth of all. Your presence transforms others most powerfully when you are also fully present for yourself. To honor your transformational presence, declare it with confidence. Comment below. I rise and transform, to affirm your growth and inspire others to awaken their power too. 8. Deep inner sense of purpose. Even if undefined, you feel a quiet but persistent pull towards something meaningful that you cannot yet fully explain. And this feeling is neither random nor driven by ego, but rises from a deeper place within you. Carl Jung described this mysterious force as potential-seeking expression, a truth that lives in your soul long before your mind can give it a name. When you ignore this inner calling, life may begin to feel strangely empty, heavy with anxiety, or lacking direction, even when everything on the surface appears successful. Yet when you begin to live in harmony with it, a subtle but powerful sense of peace and fulfillment starts to grow. Not because all your questions are answered, but because your inner and outer worlds begin moving in the same direction through spirituality and spiritual development. This inner purpose often reveals itself through restlessness, deep sensitivity to meaning, and an unshakable sense that you were meant for more than survival, routines, or shallow ambition. You may feel different from others, not because you are better, but because you are wired to search beneath the surface of life. The discomfort you experience when living out of alignment is not a weakness. It is a signal from your psyche that something essential is being ignored. Jung believed that when this inner voice is suppressed, the soul suffers, and that suffering often shows up as emotional fatigue, dissatisfaction without a clear cause, or the haunting feeling that your true life has not yet fully begun. As you begin to listen inwardly, even in small ways, you may notice gentle shifts unfolding. Your priorities start to change, your relationships transform, and your choices become guided more by inner truth than by external validation. What once felt like confusion begins to reveal itself as preparation. What once felt like weakness becomes a pathway to depth, and what once felt like loneliness becomes space for authenticity. You are no longer driven by the need to impress, but by the desire to become real. Peace does not come from certainty, but from sincerity. It does not come from control, but from trust. It does not come from perfection, but from honest participation in your own becoming. Your purpose does not arrive as a loud revelation or a single dramatic moment. More often, it appears as a direction rather than a destination, a way of being rather than a status or title. It guides you through intuition, moments of discomfort, unexpected synchronicities, and quiet inner resonance. As you follow these signals, your outer world slowly reshapes itself to mirror the truth you are discovering within. You may not immediately gain clarity about where the path will lead, but you gain something far more powerful: a sense of coherence, a feeling that your thoughts, values, and actions are finally aligned. The deeper message is clear. Your inner calling is real, even when it feels undefined. And ignoring it breeds anxiety, while honoring it cultivates peace. Discomfort often acts as a compass rather than a flaw, and true fulfillment grows from alignment rather than achievement. Your spiritual development unfolds not through force, pressure, or comparison, but through quiet awareness, courage, and steady attention to what your soul has been trying to express all along. In the end, discovering that you may carry one of the rarest psychological types on earth is not about feeling superior. It is about understanding your depth, your sensitivity, and your unique responsibility to the world. As Carl Jung so beautifully revealed through his wisdom, if these 8 signs resonate with your inner life, it may be a reminder that your way of seeing, feeling, and thinking is not meant to be hidden, but honored and refined through self-awareness and conscious growth. If you found value in this message, please like the video, share it with someone who needs this insight, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more deep psychological and spiritual teachings. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on Carl Jung, self-discovery, and inner awakening. Your ex tried to break you, but now the universe is delivering justice. Your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. Sometimes, the most painful betrayals carry the deepest spiritual lessons. If you've ever felt like your ex tried to break you, know this: the universe is not blind. It watches, it balances, and eventually, it delivers justice. In today's video, we dive into Carl Jung's chilling insight on how karmic retribution unfolds, not just as punishment, but as awakening. As you watch, ask yourself, have you ever witnessed divine justice unfold in your own life? Share your story in the comments below. Your healing could be someone else's revelation. Let's grow together here on Spiritual Wisdom. 1. The breakup was a spiritual betrayal, not just emotional. They didn't just leave you, they dismissed the sacred. Your ex didn't walk away from a simple relationship. They walked away from a soul contract, and they did it thinking it had no spiritual weight, no karmic consequence. But when someone tries to break a person whose spirit was sent to awaken others, they don't just walk into silence, they walk into a mirror. The kind of mirror that reflects every choice, every deception, and every bit of disrespect back to them. Because what they touched wasn't ordinary, it was divine. They mishandled a rare energy, and the universe has a long memory. Carl Jung once said, "You meet your destiny on the road you take to avoid it." Your ex thought they were avoiding accountability. They thought abandoning you gave them control. But in truth, they collided with their own fate the moment they underestimated your value. They didn't realize that spiritual intelligence speaks quietly but strikes loudly in timing. The betrayal wasn't just emotional, it was energetic. It wasn't just a breakup, it was a spiritual violation. They mocked your intuition. They overlooked your empathy. They treated your soul like it was replaceable. And now, everything they thought they escaped is finding them again, not as punishment, but as a sacred rebalancing. You weren't just a chapter in their life. You were a turning point they weren't ready for, a sacred mirror they couldn't face. And because they refused to grow, the universe is now using their own patterns to wake them up. That's what happens when someone walks away from someone chosen, from someone who loved with purity, from someone who carried light and gave grace. They weren't rejecting you, they were rejecting transformation. And now, the energy they left behind is reshaping their life, their relationships, and their peace. That's the intelligence of spiritual wisdom. It doesn't need revenge. It only requires alignment. While they wrestle with confusion, you are rising in clarity. While they cycle through chaos, you are rooted in peace. Because what was meant to destroy you has become your divine refinement. Their betrayal was the fire. Your healing was the gold. And every tear you cried became an offering that heaven received. The pain didn't break you, it revealed you. It wasn't abandonment, it was divine redirection. And now, the universe is answering on your behalf, not through drama, but through elevation. They tried to walk away like it was over. But the truth is, your energy was never something they could simply leave behind. They took your light for granted, but now they're learning light doesn't chase. Light expands. And the brighter you shine, the more their shadows grow. That's the consequence of trying to destroy a soul that was sent to teach. You were the lesson. You were the grace. You were the divine appointment they weren't ready to honor. And now, the karma they denied is knocking at their door. Not because you wished it, but because universal order never forgets. If you feel the breakup wasn't just emotional, but a deep spiritual betrayal, comment below, "I choose justice," to affirm your healing and power. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a moment of this journey with spiritual wisdom. 2. Universal justice is now unfolding. The universe has a memory sharper than any human mind, and it never forgets how chosen ones are treated. When someone gossips about you behind your back, when they betray you with a smile, when they launch a spiritual attack cloaked in fake love, they think they've gotten away with it. But energy doesn't lie, and karma doesn't sleep. It watches. It waits. It calibrates with a precision that no justice system on earth could ever match. Those who tried to break you weren't just attacking a person. They were interfering with a spiritual assignment. And now, the universe is moving in ways they can't see, but will surely feel. You were never just an ordinary soul. You were carrying light in places that terrified them. And instead of honoring that light, they tried to extinguish it. But as Carl Jung once said, the brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Their shadows are now being forced to face the very fire they ignited. Their life may look fine on the surface, but underneath, things are falling apart. Sudden anxiety, loss, confusion, blockages. Those aren't coincidences, they're consequences. Spiritual justice rarely arrives loudly. It's silent, it's poetic. It returns to the sender everything they projected onto you multiplied. And that's not vengeance, it's divine rebalancing. You didn't have to curse them. You just had to heal. You didn't have to fight them. You just had to walk away. That decision to detach was the most powerful act of spiritual authority you've ever claimed. Because when you stop reacting, you shift timelines. You move from victimhood into divine neutrality, and in that space, the universe moves on your behalf. What was once hidden is now being exposed, not to shame them, but to awaken them. The pain they sent out was a mirror, and now they're forced to look into it. Spiritual awakening often begins in betrayal. It cracks open the ego, destroys illusions, and forces you to remember who you are without their validation. That's why it hurt so deeply. It wasn't just about them leaving. It was about you being forced to return to your own soul. And now that you've risen, the energy has reversed. You are no longer carrying the burden of their projections. Your aura is clear. Your spirit is strong. Your silence is loud. And the more you rise in truth, the more their lies collapse. This is the hidden order of things, the divine choreography of karma, the precise unfolding of spiritual wisdom. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. But now, they are waking up not through insight, but through impact. And you are no longer waiting for closure. You are the closure. You are the evidence that the universe doesn't play favorites, but it does protect the sacred. 3. You were their blessing and their protection. You were not just a chapter in their life. You were the divine force holding their story together. Your presence was their calm in the storm, their unseen shield, their spiritual blessing disguised as a person. When you walked into their life, things aligned, doors opened, confusion cleared, opportunities found them, peace followed them. but they never gave credit to the energy you carried. They thought it was luck. They thought it was them. But it was your spiritual development, your inner alignment, your sacred light that brought order to their chaos. They mishandled a soul that was sent as protection, and in doing so, they rewrote their own fate. When they let you go, or broke you, betrayed you, discarded you, they didn't just lose someone who loved them. They lost the spiritual current that had been quietly keeping their world balanced. Now, what surrounds them is not just bad luck or unfortunate timing. It's the spiritual backlash of dishonoring a connection that was pure, intentional, and heaven-sent. They tried to break what was never meant to be broken. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And now, their unconscious choices are echoing back in the form of confusion, regret, and emotional chaos. They can't explain why nothing feels right anymore, why peace is foreign, why do their days feel heavier. But you know, you were the calm, and now they are the storm. They are being haunted not by you, but by their own actions towards someone who is sent as a spiritual gift. And the silence you left behind? It speaks louder than anything you could say. You are no longer the protector of their peace. You are the evidence of what divine favor looked like when it lived in human form. The more you grow, the more they decline. That's not karma. That's energetic rebalancing. Because in spirituality, everything is cause and effect, and energy never lies. They are now forced to sit in the exact space they pushed you into. And while they search for replacements, they'll come to realize what they lost was never ordinary. What they mishandled was rare. Your spiritual growth has elevated you out of their reach. You didn't lose them. They lost themselves when they lost you. And now, as the universe continues to restore what's yours, remember this: your light was never meant to be dimmed to make others comfortable. You were their blessing, their protection, their divine mirror. And now, in your absence, they're finally meeting themselves. Comment below, "I was their blessing," if you now realize your presence was their protection. Let the universe know you've reclaimed your power. 4. They're haunted by your energy. They are haunted by your energy in ways they cannot explain because you were never just a person to them. You were a presence, a vibration, a spiritual mirror they tried to shatter but couldn't erase. You're in the music they hear randomly on the radio, in the silence that creeps in at night, in the stillness that reminds them of everything they lost. Even in the company of someone new, your energy lingers, louder than words, deeper than touch. The replacements feel like copies of something they never truly understood, because they never fell in love with a face. They were drawn to a frequency they couldn't name. You weren't glitter, you were gold. And now that they've chosen distraction over depth, every moment tastes hollow, every connection feels shallow, and every laugh echoes with a trace of what used to be real. You didn't just walk away. You elevated, you healed, you transmuted the pain into power, but they stayed stuck in the cycle, reliving what they once took for granted. Carl Jung warned, "What you resist persists." They resisted facing the depth of your soul, and now it follows them. They tried to forget someone unforgettable. They tried to unfeel someone who was a spiritual event. You weren't merely a chapter they tried to skip over the entire book, and now they're lost without the plot. Your absence didn't create emptiness. It revealed the emptiness that was already there. That's the kind of spiritual justice no court can serve. The universe doesn't punish out of spite, it corrects what was misaligned. And when someone chooses illusion over truth, they pay not in lightning, but in longing. Spiritual wisdom doesn't shout. It whispers through the consequences. It speaks through the quiet ache they can't explain, through the restlessness they can't soothe. They'll scroll, swipe, laugh, and distract themselves, but your memory will return like a ghost that demands reverence. Because energy doesn't lie. You were the light they couldn't dim, the intelligence they couldn't recognize, the soul they mistook for something ordinary. But now they know. The silence they used to weaponize against you has turned into their loudest teacher. Every new face is a reminder that they gave up something sacred for something safe. And safe doesn't satisfy the soul. They were part of your growth, but you were their wake-up call. You were the storm and the calm, the mirror and the lesson. And even though you've let go, your energy still teaches them. That's the power of divine connection. It doesn't fade with distance. It ripens with time. And long after the apology that never came and the closure you gave yourself, they'll still be haunted by what they couldn't hold. Not because you cursed them, but because you blessed them and they weren't ready to receive it. If you feel your energy still echoes in places you no longer stand, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's claim this moment of spiritual justice together. 5. Your pain was a portal to power. They didn't shatter you, they summoned you. The heartbreak wasn't the end of your story. It was the ceremony that initiated your rebirth. You didn't collapse, you cracked open. And from those cracks, your power poured out, not like a whisper, but like thunder, finally remembering its voice. What they meant to destroy became the very fire that purified your identity. They thought they left you broken, but they only left you burning with a new clarity. A spiritual awakening so raw and untamed that it frightened even you at first. You are not the aftermath of abandonment. You are the alchemy of survival. And the pain? That was the portal, not to revenge, but to remembrance. Because what they thought was just another breakup was, in truth, a sacred disruption. You weren't just heartbroken, you were soul awakened. That relationship didn't just hurt, it revealed. It exposed every place you were starving for love outside of yourself. It exposed how you were shrinking to be digestible, silencing your brilliance to be accepted, bending your boundaries just to be chosen. But no more. That silence after the storm, it wasn't emptiness. It was space. Space for a new self to emerge. A self that no longer waits to be seen. A self that no longer apologizes for being rare. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That pain made you conscious. And now, you are no longer a character in their story. You are the author of your own. You've entered a new timeline, one where your self-worth is not negotiable, where your love is not something to be exploited, but honored, where your presence is not given away casually, but offered deliberately. They didn't know that walking away from you meant losing access to divine favor. Because you weren't just a partner, you were a portal. You carried healing in your voice, transformation in your touch, prophecy in your presence. And now, without you, they are left chasing illusions, trying to recreate a vibration that only existed in your frequency. That's not ego. That's energy. You don't miss them. You miss the version of yourself that still believed love had to be earned through suffering. But now you know better. You know that peace isn't found in chaos. You know that love isn't proven through pain. You know that your soul was never designed to beg for crumbs. So you stopped reaching. You stopped hoping they'd return with remorse. Because you realized the real justice isn't watching them regret, it's watching yourself evolve. The real victory isn't revenge, it's resurrection. The more you rise, the more the universe opens doors that were previously invisible. The more you heal, the more the past loses its grip on your nervous system. And the more you remember your worth, the less you desire anything that disrupts your peace. Your aura has changed. Your standards have changed. Your energy has become a spiritual boundary. You are no longer accessible in the same way because you've become unavailable to anything that doesn't feel like truth. The heartbreak didn't kill you. It crowned you. And now, you wear that pain like armor silently, powerfully, unapologetically. 6. They were the test, not you. They weren't testing your worth. They were being tested with your presence. You weren't the one under spiritual evaluation. They were given the chance to engage with something rare, something sacred to you, and they failed to honor it. The moment they tried to control what they couldn't understand, mock what they couldn't match, and dim a light they never helped to ignite, they revealed their own spiritual immaturity. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people." But instead of confronting their own shadows, they projected them onto you. Rather than rising to meet you in depth, they clung to old cycles of manipulation, jealousy, and fear. They weren't prepared for the gravity of your spirit, for the emotional intelligence, for the calm strength that radiates from someone walking in alignment with their spiritual development. They mistook stillness for weakness, boundaries for rejection, and wisdom for pride, because they had not yet cultivated those qualities within themselves. And so, instead of growth, they chose sabotage. Instead of rising, they tried to pull you under. But the universe keeps detailed records that no one can erase. When someone is given access to a soul in the middle of transformation, someone whose energy carries healing, vision, and purity of purpose, and they respond with disrespect, deception, or emotional warfare, that encounter becomes their spiritual test, not yours. You were the opportunity, they were the lessons, and they failed. You see, the spiritual realm doesn't operate on petty revenge. It works through energetic correction. The very thing they tried to break in you becomes the thing that grows stronger. The love they mishandled becomes your magnetism. The silence they thought was defeat becomes your protection. And the absence they created becomes the space where the universe plants your next blessing. Their consequences may not be visible to you, but they are inevitable. Because spiritual intelligence always calls for balance. While you heal and ascend, they are left to face the karmic mirror, the one they refused to look into when you offered them the truth. They weren't just unready to love you. They were unready to face themselves. And you, by staying soft, by staying true, by choosing growth over bitterness, passed your own hidden test. You didn't just survive the betrayal. You transmuted it into wisdom. And that's what sets you apart. You no longer chase closure because your peace is louder. You no longer seek apologies because your soul understands that justice is spiritual. In this life, people often don't recognize the sacred until it's gone. But that's not your burden. You were never the one being measured. You were the measurement. And the universe saw everything. 7. Spiritual warfare was at play. They thought it was just a breakup. But what really happened was a spiritual ambush disguised as love. This wasn't merely emotional damage, it was a calculated infiltration of your light by darker forces using your ex as their vessel. They aligned with gossip, jealousy, and shadowed intent. Behind their smile was an energy hungry to dim what it could never possess. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." But your ex couldn't do that, so they projected their darkness onto you, trying to make you doubt your worth, your power, your divine nature. They didn't just walk away. They tried to break something sacred inside you. But what they didn't know is that you were never ordinary. You were the lesson. You were the karma. You were the mirror of their own unconscious betrayal. While they partnered with chaos, you held on to spiritual intelligence. And while they sought validation through control, you found clarity through pain. The universe saw everything they tried to hide. Every time they mocked your light, disrespected your boundaries, or fed poison into your self-esteem, it was recorded. Not for revenge, but for divine rebalancing. Because when someone wrongs a soul chosen by spirit, it's never just personal, it becomes cosmic. They mistook your kindness for weakness, your silence for ignorance, your forgiveness for foolishness. But they weren't playing with your heart. They were playing with sacred fire. And now, that fire has turned. The same flame they tried to ignite under your life is now burning under their conscience. The same silence they once dismissed is now echoing in their sleepless nights. Spiritual awakening doesn't just mean you rise, it means the truth rises with you. Their punishment is not your revenge, it's your distance, your peace, your glow that they can no longer reach. You didn't fight back with words you elevated in silence. You didn't chase closure, you became it. Your intelligence, your spiritual wisdom, your alignment with higher truth is now the evidence of your power. The universe is delivering justice not by exposing them to the world, but by unveiling you to yourself. And now, everything they tried to destroy is exactly what makes you untouchable. They triggered a transformation that was never meant for them to understand, it was meant for you to embody. Because in the end, it wasn't just about heartbreak, it was about rebirth. And your rebirth is the most powerful form of justice they'll never be able to undo. 8. The silence was never peaceful. It was guilt. They didn't ghost you because they were healed. They ghosted you because they couldn't face the mirror you unknowingly held up to their soul. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." And that's the truth they ran from. You were never just a relationship to them. You were a confrontation with their own shadows. You didn't just love them. You exposed everything they tried to bury. Your kindness, your depth, your emotional intelligence, all of it reminded them of the parts of themselves they rejected. So they didn't leave in peace. They left in panic. And the silence they wrapped themselves in, that wasn't healing. It was avoidance, laced with guilt. It was the spiritual weight of unspoken apologies and denied accountability. The deafening noise of regret They thought they could escape by staying quiet. But silence has a memory. And now, it's louder than ever. Every moment they try to move on, the weight of what they did creeps in. They pretend to be unaffected, but their conscience whispers the truth when the world gets quiet. What they thought they abandoned is still with them, not as a memory, but as a karmic echo of what they once touched but didn't value. You were not just a body with emotions. You were a spiritual event, a turning point they failed to honor. They didn't just leave you. They left the version of themselves they could have become if they had stayed, healed, and evolved. And that's a kind of loss that doesn't go away. This isn't just heartbreak. This is spiritual justice unfolding. The universe doesn't rush, but it never forgets. They dismissed you, underestimated you, maybe even humiliated you, but they had no idea they were playing with divine energy. Your energy was sacred, and sacred things don't disappear. They haunt. They echo. They rise again. What they thought was weakness in you was actually your grace. What they mocked as too emotional was your deep intelligence, the kind of spiritual wisdom that reveals itself only to the brave, and they weren't ready. But now, every silence they tried to use as distance has become a bridge back to the very thing they thought they could escape, the truth. So when you feel that silence, don't confuse it for emptiness. It's the sound of the universe recalibrating, balancing scales they tipped. They weren't strong enough to face your love, your purity, your power. And now they're learning what Carl Jung warned us. Whatever is rejected from the self appears in the world as an event. You were that event, and now you are the consequence. Because spiritual awakening often begins when someone tries to break us, and instead of shattering, we shine. 9. Your energy was divine and unmatched. You were never ordinary. You were the original design, the sacred blueprint that could not be copied, replaced, or reduced. You walked into their life as a blessing, wrapped in divine energy they couldn't comprehend, let alone handle. You radiated something pure, powerful, and deeply spiritual, an energy forged through pain, healing, and awakening. But instead of honoring it, they mocked it, dismissed it, even tried to distort it. They tried to break what was sent to bless them. And now, that energy they disrespected is echoing back into their life, not as punishment, but as reflection. Carl Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." You were their mirror, the one who unconsciously showed them the parts of themselves they refused to face: the emotional immaturity, the fear of depth, the need for control masked as charm. Your presence triggered a spiritual confrontation within them, and they ran, not from you, but from the truth you represented. You see, you were never chaotic. They were simply not ready for peace. You were never too much. They were just too empty. While you offered love, presence, and emotional safety, they chose confusion, ego, and performance. And now, in your absence, they finally feel the spiritual weight of your presence. What they once called clingy or too intense, they now crave in silence. What they called too emotional was actually your capacity for deep connection. They didn't just lose you, they lost the energy that was elevating their soul without them even realizing it. That's what happens when you betray a sacred bond. The void doesn't just stay, it expands. And in that emptiness, they are forced to remember you. not just as someone they used to know, but as someone who awakens something in them they can never unfeel. Spirituality and spiritual development are not always gentle. Sometimes they look like your departure becomes their deepest lesson. You never needed revenge because your healing became the justice. While they remain stuck, chasing fleeting validation, you rise quietly, steadily, fully. Your glow is no longer something they can touch, only something they can miss. And that is the real reckoning, realizing too late that the person they tried to break was the person sent to help them heal. You were not a phase, you were a mirror, a message, a moment of divine opportunity. And because they chose to ignore that, the universe responded not with anger, but with balance. Your growth became their grief. Your silence became their spiritual consequence. And your peace, now, is louder than any apology they'll never say. Keep going. The rarest energies are always tested first, but they are also the ones most protected by the universe. 10. You've evolved beyond their reach. You no longer shrink yourself just to fit inside someone else's comfort zone. You've stopped begging to be seen, stopped negotiating your worth, stopped allowing your light to be dimmed in exchange for temporary affection. What once wounded you has now become your initiation into power. They thought they could break you, but they didn't realize you were made of something that doesn't fracture, it transforms. Carl Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And that's what you did. You faced your darkness, met your pain without flinching, and rose not with vengeance, but with vision. While they're still performing old patterns, you've become the truth they can't escape and the silence they can't ignore. You've spiritually and energetically leveled up. There's no turning back. The version of you that tolerated disrespect no longer exists. They are now left with the echo of what they thought was ordinary, but it was never ordinary. It was divine. You were the blessing they mishandled, the sacred mirror they shattered, the soul contract they sabotaged. And now, what remains for them is imitation, mimicry, a desperate attempt to recreate your essence with people who only reflect back their wounds. But you're no longer repeating cycles. You've exited the loop entirely. You've become calm after the chaos, the intelligence behind the distance, the spiritual wisdom that walks away not in bitterness, but in reverence for self. They can feel the shift. You don't argue anymore. You don't explain. Your absence has become your most powerful language. Your healing became your closure. You no longer live to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding you. You no longer need the noise to feel alive. You found divinity in your own presence. They mistook your love for weakness, your silence for surrender, but it was a recalibration. You are now emotionally sovereign. You protect your peace like a sacred altar. You've become someone who chooses alignment over attention, solitude over toxicity, and truth over temporary validation. They are haunted, not just by what they did, but by who you've become. Your aura no longer welcomes chaos. Your boundaries are no longer negotiable. You are no longer entertaining people who once applauded your wounds and vanished at your growth. They tried to diminish what they couldn't dominate, but now they witness you embody what they can no longer access. That is justice. You didn't get revenge, you got revelation. You didn't retaliate, you realigned. You didn't fall apart, you remembered who you were. You've evolved beyond their reach. And now, The universe echoes back your clarity with blessings, protection, and divine order. Because in the end, the one who heals becomes the one who holds the power. And the one who tried to destroy you must live with the memory of the version of you they'll never know again. And remember, what was meant to destroy you became the very fire that awakened your power. The universe doesn't forget, and neither should you. If this message spoke to something deep within you, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom to stay connected with insights that nourish your soul. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of truth, healing, and divine justice. Your story isn't over. It's just getting started. What the universe does to rare souls before sending them the right person. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. For rare souls, this journey often feels longer and lonelier, especially when it comes to love. But what if the universe is not withholding the right person from you, but preparing you for them? Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore what the universe does to rare souls before aligning them with the right connection, a love that transcends the ordinary. Do you feel like you've been tested in love? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your story might resonate with someone walking the same path. 1. Solitude is preparation, not punishment. Rare souls feel unseen in love, not because they are lacking, but because they carry within them a refusal to settle for what is shallow and fleeting. And this resistance is both their challenge and their gift. The universe understands the depth of their longing and the clarity of their vision, so it does not hand them quick companionship or superficial bonds to ease their temporary loneliness. Instead, it gives them solitude, which feels at times like silence, distance, and waiting, but is in truth the highest form of preparation. This solitude is not punishment. It is refinement, a necessary filter that strips away illusions, heals the wounds of old patterns, and teaches the soul to distinguish between conditioned desires and its truest longings. In the language of spirituality, solitude is the furnace where the raw metal of the self is transformed into something enduring, something that can hold love without breaking. In the path of spiritual awakening, this stage cannot be avoided, for only through it does the soul learn the sacred difference between being alone and being lonely. During this season, the rare soul begins to see clearly that modern culture often mistakes attachment for love, validation for intimacy, and convenience for destiny. Social media floods us with images of couples and commitments, tempting us to measure our worth against timelines that were never meant for us. Yet this solitude is the universe's protection, ensuring that we do not enter partnerships that mirror our wounds instead of healing them. Carl Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Solitude is the mirror that makes the unconscious visible. It forces you to confront the shadows you once avoided, to sit with the ache of your unmet needs, and to grow strong enough to no longer seek completion outside yourself. It is a sacred silence in which you learn that being whole is not about another person filling your emptiness, but about discovering your fullness within. This refinement is not gentle. It can feel like fire. You may wonder why love seems to come easily for others while you remain waiting. But the truth is that your path requires greater patience because your love will carry greater depth. Diamonds form under pressure, pearls are born from irritation, and strong souls are forged in solitude. Without this process, many confuse temporary chemistry with lasting connection, repeating cycles of heartbreak because they never pause long enough to awaken. For the rare soul, solitude interrupts this cycle. It teaches you to recognize red flags without ignoring them, to value emotional resonance over external appearances, and to trust your intuition as the true compass. In this way, solitude becomes your teacher, guiding you toward a love that transcends mere compatibility and awakens something eternal. In modern life, this preparation can feel unbearable, but it is the very soil in which your destiny is planted. Each moment of solitude is a seed sown in silence that will bloom in divine timing. You are learning to hold conversations with your inner world, to align with your highest values, to heal generational wounds, and to establish boundaries that protect your spirit. This is the unseen work that prepares you not only to receive the right person, but also to keep them. Love without preparation is fragile, but love born out of solitude is rooted, stable, and radiant. Jung's wisdom reminds us that a relationship is not simply two people meeting. It is two souls carrying their inner worlds to each other. And for rare souls, that inner world must first be cultivated through solitude. So solitude becomes your silent ally. It whispers to you in the stillness that you are not behind, that divine timing cannot be rushed, that every moment spent in self-discovery is shaping you into the kind of partner who can love without fear and be loved without losing yourself. It is not a waiting room where nothing happens, but a sacred chamber where everything essential is unfolding. The universe, in its mysterious design, delays what you desire so that you may grow into who you were always meant to be. And when the right person arrives, they will not only meet you, but also recognize the rare soul you have become, refined by solitude, awakened by silence, and ready for a love that reflects the truth of your being. Have you ever experienced a season of solitude that felt like preparation rather than punishment? If so, share your story in the comments below so we can inspire one another. And if not, simply comment, "I will embrace solitude," to show your openness to this powerful journey. 2. The first test: radical solitude. This imposed solitude is not simply an empty stretch of time. It is a sacred initiation that forces rare souls to separate the shallow ache of loneliness from the deeper wisdom of self-connection. At first, it feels like abandonment, as if the universe has withdrawn love and left you suspended in silence. But in truth, it is teaching you to recognize your own energetic frequency and to stop shrinking yourself in order to fit into relationships that cannot hold your depth. Carl Jung said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." And this test of solitude makes that statement real. It strips away the illusion that companionship alone can fill the void, showing instead that the only true remedy for emptiness is learning to inhabit your own presence with reverence and strength. When you are kept apart from lesser connections, you begin to see clearly how often you once settled for less than your worth. Solitude reveals the quiet places where you compromised your values, where you ignored your intuition, where you traded authenticity for temporary comfort. It challenges you to end this cycle by teaching you that love is not about escaping yourself, but about returning to yourself. Spiritual awakening begins here, in the silence of radical solitude, where you realize that being alone is not the same as being lonely. It is in this stillness that you tune into your unique vibration, a frequency that is rare and unrepeatable. And it is only by recognizing and protecting this vibration that you will ever be prepared to welcome the right person without losing yourself again. Carl Jung also reminded us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this privilege unfolds most powerfully in solitude. Like an instrument being tuned, your soul requires stillness to find harmony. Without this tuning, relationships become discordant, repeating old patterns of chaos and disconnection. But when you endure solitude with patience and intention, you refine your frequency so that when the right soul finally enters, the connection is not ordinary, but transcendent, resonating with the intelligent spiritual wisdom of the universe itself. Modern life resists this lesson, distracting you with constant noise, shallow attention, and temporary bonds, making solitude feel unbearable. Yet what feels unbearable is actually the birthplace of your highest strength. It is in this space that you confront your thoughts, your fears, your shadows, and your desires. You meet the parts of yourself you once ignored, and you discover what must be healed before love can truly flourish. Solitude becomes the teacher that shows you how to trust yourself, how to nurture your creativity, how to develop clarity of mind, and how to awaken your inner intelligence so you are no longer dependent on another's presence for wholeness. This is the alchemy of solitude, transforming emptiness into richness, silence into wisdom, and waiting into preparation. When you embrace it, you no longer see it as a void, but as the soil in which your spirit grows, roots deep enough to withstand the storms of love and life. The universe does not give this test to everyone, only to rare souls who carry within them a destiny that demands purity, strength, and unwavering authenticity. If you are in such a season now, know that you are not being punished, but prepared. Every moment spent in solitude is shaping you into a vessel capable of holding a love that matches your depth. You are learning to carry your own light so powerfully that when the right person arrives, they do not complete you, but join you, resonating with your frequency because you have already learned to stand fully in it. In this way, solitude ceases to be exile and becomes initiation, the first great step of the universe in guiding rare souls toward a love that transcends the ordinary and awakens the extraordinary. 3. The second test, the false twin flame. The second test the universe places before rare souls is the arrival of the false twin flame. Someone who feels almost destined, profoundly familiar, and cosmically aligned. Yet in truth, they are not the true partner, but a reflection of the unconscious. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this encounter proves the wisdom of his words. What you meet in the false twin flame is not genuine intimacy, but the mirror of your deepest projections, your longings, wounds, and unhealed shadows cast onto another person who seems to embody all that you desire. The connection feels magnetic, because it is your own energy echoing back, disguised in human form, and in this reflection, the universe is asking you to see yourself more clearly. The challenge is to recognize the difference between real love and projection, between a bond that embraces your whole being and one that only accepts fragments of you. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual development, this moment is crucial, for it demands discernment and courage. A false twin flame might awaken intense emotions and feel like destiny, but beneath the passion lies incompleteness. They cannot hold all of you, only the parts that align with your unconscious needs or their own limitations. The universe uses this test not to punish you, but to train your soul to refuse half-formed love. For rare souls are not meant to settle for connections that only see them halfway. Through this test, you are refined, much like marble in the hands of a sculptor, chipped away until your truest essence can emerge. By facing the mirror of projection, you uncover your hidden patterns, your deepest vulnerabilities, and your unseen desires. The universe sharpens your inner vision so that when the right person appears, you will not confuse projection for presence. Jung observed that the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. The false twin flame may ignite sparks, but it is the true partner who brings transformation rooted in truth rather than illusion. If you find yourself in a connection that feels irresistible yet unstable, ask yourself whether this love invites wholeness or traps you in repetition. True love will never demand you to shrink, suppress, or divide yourself. It will not only mirror your light, but also embrace your shadows with compassion. The second test calls you to release the illusion of incomplete love, to resist the pull of projection, and to trust that something deeper awaits. When you refuse to settle, you show the universe that you are prepared for the one who can stand beside you in truth. The lesson is profound. Discernment is the guardian of love. The universe tests rare souls more severely because they are destined for deeper unions, and only those who pass through the fire of projection can carry the strength to receive love in its fullness. The false twin flame is not your ending, but your preparation, teaching you to separate infatuation from intimacy, shadow from substance, illusion from reality. When you endure this trial with patience, clarity, and integrity, you prove yourself ready for the true partner who will not complete you, but who will join you in a union where both souls are already whole. If you've ever faced the test of a false twin flame, share your experience in the comments so others can learn from your journey. And if you're ready to welcome the right connection, comment below. I trust the universe's timing. 4. The third test. Self-sabotage when love arrives. When love begins to enter the life of a rare soul, it does not come wrapped in ease, but often in resistance. For Carl Jung reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. These unconscious wounds surface as walls the moment true love appears. Rare souls, shaped by betrayal and disappointment, instinctively doubt, push away, or test the very person they have long prayed for, sabotaging the blessing before it can take root. Suffering has become so familiar that joy feels dangerous, and intimacy feels like a risk too heavy to trust. What looks like discernment is often fear, cloaked as wisdom. What seems like strength is sometimes only a defense against being vulnerable. This pattern of self-sabotage is not foolishness, but a reflection of the deep battle between longing and fear. On one side is the yearning for profound, authentic love. On the other is the terror of being broken again. In today's world, this shows up in ways that feel almost ordinary. Doubting the kindness of someone who genuinely cares, ghosting someone you secretly like just to see if they chase, setting impossibly high standards not because they matter, but because you fear being truly seen. These actions create distance, all while pretending to be noble caution. Yet this is the third test the universe places before rare souls. Can you allow yourself to receive healthy love? Or will you cling to your patterns until they drive away the very thing you desire? Spiritual awakening is not only about meditation, rituals, or sacred knowledge. It is about the courage to soften when every instinct wants to harden, to lean into trust when every wound whispers retreat. Jung taught that where wisdom reigns, there is no conflict between thinking and feeling, reminding us that true wisdom is the balance, the alignment of mind and heart that welcomes love with clarity rather than suspicion. To meet love with constant testing is to keep replaying old pain, but to meet love with openness is to step into transformation. The universe uses this phase to refine rare souls, not to punish them, but to stretch them beyond their fear of intimacy. Every time you push away someone who mirrors health and kindness, you are shown how much you still cling to the safety of suffering. Every time you sabotage connection out of mistrust, you are reminded that discernment without trust becomes a prison. But the universe does not send the right person to watch you destroy love with your past. It offers this test so you can recognize fear in disguise, rise above old defenses, and finally allow yourself to be loved without sabotage. The path forward is learning to notice your patterns with honesty and tenderness. When you catch yourself doubting every word, ask if it is wisdom or fear speaking. When you are tempted to test, ask if it is the truth or doubt you are seeking. To receive love is to admit that not every story ends in pain, that joy can be trusted, and that intimacy can be safe. This is the spiritual growth that turns awakening into wholeness. Passing this test means understanding that love is not a trap, but a liberation, and that the right person is not here to harm you, but to walk with you in strength, in wisdom, and in freedom. 5. The fourth test, vibrational recalibration. The fourth test the universe gives to rare souls before sending them the right person is vibrational recalibration, a complete reorientation of energy that strips away outdated identities, roles, and environments that no longer match the frequency of the life and love you are destined for. At certain points in your journey, people you once resonated with begin to fall away. Friendships that felt safe suddenly feel suffocating, and even the stories you once told yourself about who you are start to collapse. This is not cruelty, but preparation, because Carl Jung reminded us through his idea of individuation that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. To individuate is to shed illusions, even those that secretly inflate the ego, such as believing that being misunderstood makes you more worthy. The universe does not allow illusions to cross into a sacred union, because only authenticity can sustain love built on truth. Vibrational recalibration demands that you let go of identities that once gave comfort but now block your expansion. Think of it as a software upgrade. The old code may have worked for a while, but it cannot run the new programs your soul is ready for. Many resist because the release of roles like the victim or the misunderstood one feels like death, but in reality, it is renewal. It is the pruning of dead branches so new growth can flourish. Søren Kierkegaard once said, "Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards." And this process is exactly that. Only by surrendering the past can you step into the future your soul longs for. Jung's spiritual wisdom shows us that individuation is radical honesty, requiring you to face the stories you repeat to yourself. I am unseen. I am always the victim. I am different, therefore special. These narratives may once have protected you, but they also kept you cycling in pain. Spiritual intelligence lies in realizing that clinging to suffering does not make you valuable. True worth is born when you embody authenticity without the need for victimhood. In modern life, this looks like walking away from environments that drain you, refusing to stay in relationships that demand you betray yourself, and no longer needing to broadcast wounds for validation because you understand that healing is a private, sacred act. This recalibration opens the space to attract love that resonates with your true frequency. Energy always seeks resonance, and if you continue holding on to old wounds, you will draw partners who mirror them back. But when you release outdated narratives, you magnetize someone who recognizes your wholeness instead of your brokenness. This is why the universe seems to delay love for rare souls. It is not denial, but refinement, ensuring that when love arrives, it is no longer another painful lesson, but a true meeting of equals. Through this process, you learn to stop mistaking intensity for intimacy, to stop equating chaos with depth, and to embrace the quiet constancy of love that is both deep and steady. The emptiness you feel during this stage is not punishment, but clearing, making space for alignment. The fading friendships, dissolving identities, and louder silences are all proof that the universe is preparing you. Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Vibrational recalibration is the way fate becomes conscious choice, and choice becomes sacred love. The right person will not come to rescue an outdated version of you. They will arrive to meet the soul who had the courage to become fully authentic, and only then will you realize why this test was necessary. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Type in the comments, "I am aligned with my highest vibration," to affirm your readiness for true love and spiritual growth. 6. The final test. Surrender the need for love. The universe's final test is not punishment, but transformation. And it asks you to stop chasing love as if it were something missing, and instead to embody it as who you are. For rare souls who have walked the difficult road of self-discovery and spiritual awakening, this step is about becoming whole without external validation. Carl Jung reminds us, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. In this awakening, you realize that love is not something to be found, but something to be lived. And when you begin to live as love itself, you no longer seek a partner to complete you. You radiate a presence that calls forth what truly matches your soul. This is not indifference or apathy. It is alignment. To detach from the hunger for love is not to shut yourself off, but to rise above the old patterns that once chained you. Spiritual development means standing in the fullness of your being, already whole, already loved, already chosen by the very source of life. The frequency you carry becomes your prayer, and the universe responds by bringing a mirror, not to your wounds, but to your strength. This is vibrational congruence, the profound truth that once you no longer need love, the right love arrives. It is not a love born of lack or fear, but of recognition, a connection between two souls who walk side by side, whole to whole, reflecting one another's growth and depth. As you reach this place, something powerful begins to unfold. The people who once drained your energy quietly fall away, and the karmic bonds that once entangled you dissolve. In their place appears someone who does not come to fix your brokenness, but to honor your completeness. Someone who resonates with the love you already carry. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And who you truly are is not a seeker waiting to be found, but the living embodiment of love itself. To surrender the need for love is to embrace the highest state of spirituality, where your very being is love, where your wholeness is no longer negotiable. The lesson the universe weaves through this final test is simple yet profound. Release the timeline, release the attachment, release the idea that love exists outside of you. Love was never withheld. It was always being cultivated within you, so that when it finally arrives in human form, it is not a savior you meet, but an equal. The test is not to prove yourself worthy of love, but to remember that you were never incomplete. By surrendering the need for love, you step into the truth that you are in love. And from that truth, the universe sends you someone who doesn't fill your emptiness, but amplifies your fullness. This is the sacred paradox reserved for rare souls. Only by letting go of the need do you finally receive the love that was always meant for you. 7. The arrival of soul-level partnership. Once all the tests of solitude, longing, and inner refinement are passed, true partnership arrives not with chaos, but with calm recognition, like two long-lost travelers meeting on the same path. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." And this is exactly what happens when the universe finally sends the right person to a rare soul. This love is not an obsession, nor is it about sacrificing your identity for the sake of union. Instead, it is peace wrapped in presence, freedom built on trust, and authenticity born from maturity. It is the kind of connection where both individuals can stand tall as whole beings, yet grow even more expansive together, celebrating each other's essence without fear of losing themselves. This partnership is marked not by drama, but by serenity. In a society that often mistakes turbulence for passion, rare souls discover that the deepest intensity comes through calm steadiness, through the quiet power of being seen, known, and accepted without conditions. Spirituality teaches us that when two awakened beings meet, there is no need for control, manipulation, or endless games. Instead, love becomes a sanctuary, a sacred space where both can rest, create, and thrive. Spiritual awakening prepares you for this by stripping away illusions of desperate attachment and showing you that authentic love exists where freedom and devotion walk hand in hand. In daily life, this reveals itself through respect for each other's individuality, the courage to grow side by side, and the ability to disagree without destruction. Psychological maturity lies at the heart of such a relationship. Jung's idea of individuation, the process of becoming whole within oneself, becomes the foundation of a bond that is neither dependent nor fragile. Two people who have faced their shadows and embraced their light no longer project unhealed wounds onto one another. Instead, they act as mirrors reflecting back strength, wisdom, and truth. Think of it like two instruments tuned in harmony, creating a melody that is powerful not because it is loud, but because it resonates with clarity. In modern terms, this looks like partners who support each other's dreams without envy, communicate openly without fear, and hold space for each other's transformation without judgment. True freedom in love is not the absence of commitment, but the presence of trust. It is knowing you do not need to hold tightly to prevent loss, because love rooted in authenticity cannot be stolen or diminished. Just as a bird sings most beautifully when free, love flourishes when both partners feel unchained and supported in their highest expression. This balance between closeness and individuality, presence and space, is what gives the relationship its strength and grace. And through this balance, both discover that love is not about filling emptiness, but about expanding abundance. The universe delivers this kind of connection only after it has refined a rare soul to embody truth, strength, and clarity. What emerges is not a fantasy, but a sacred partnership that uplifts, liberates, and transforms. It is expansion instead of limitation, truth instead of illusion, and wholeness instead of dependency. You are not meant to disappear into love, but to uncover deeper layers of yourself through it. The universe teaches you that peace is passion, freedom is devotion, and growth is the truest expression of love. This is the essence of a soul-level partnership, not a prize for waiting, but the natural result of becoming whole and awakened within yourself, so that when the right person arrives, you can meet them not as half, but as complete. And so, the universe's way of shaping rare souls is not punishment, it is preparation for a love that reflects the depth of who you truly are. If this message spoke to you, take a moment to reflect on your own journey and the wisdom it carries. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who may need these words, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with insight and guidance for your path.